Hello? Hold on. Apparently I'm drinking an entire jug of water real quick. Yeah, body says drink, I drink. I can't fight it. Turns out you need water. Holy moly. I drank that. I got half. I only got half. I'm a big, darkness boy. Ster 2 stirs the evil stir. Oh. Hold on. I just, realized that my freaking stream is reading the chat of my other stream, not this stream. With a giant blank space. I don't think it matters that much. But it's gonna feel weird with all the dark space. I'm so lonely. I'm getting there. Temp chat. Okay. Okay. It's mostly just a vibey reedy stream. So it's bigger on my OBS monitor, so I also have chat here, and that helps me in case someone says, "Streamer, what do you think about how big my butt is?" But I don't want to look at that. Streaming from the 20s? Yeah, because I'm a 20-something who's 30. Oh, I can't scroll on my OBS though. That makes a lot of sense. Anywho, new strength gem, crushing fist, retaliate against a blocked hit. Big slam. I want to see if any of these are not retaliate when you block. Vengeful cry, retaliate against a savage hit with a war cry. Savage hit is when you take a percent, like too much, like a shit ton of health damage from one hit. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? Why would you want to take a huge amount of damage and then taunt everything? I don't think there's anything in PoE that is make all hits savage hits. Is it weird to say I look evil? No, I am evil. It's fine. This is the real me. Supports melee attack skills which can... Wait. Overexertion, causing them to deal more damage for each war cry. Yes. And at base, that was 22% if you do one war cry. Which is probably not enough for campaign. So, wait, no, you can't even do the tech anymore where you put on... war cries on a left click. For shame. For shame. Against a blocked hit. An arcing slash that releases 2 waves of force. I want to see that skill gem. The way that skill worked made it almost look like it had bleed damage on it. Looked really cool. Like it would go good with the gladiator man. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a hail of blades that rains down in front of you. That one can be really good potentially to proc a lot of on-hit stuff on slower attack builds. So like if you're a big slam guy, but you have a whole bunch of get 1 rage on hit, which I might be, then you might need this to help build rage. Because you could potentially put retaliate gem in, put a rage support. So it's 2, I think it's 3 rage on hit. But then you need to be able to block. So that's probably a lot of commitment. Supports retaliation skills, causing them to have more cooldown recovery. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a sweep of your shield. Unleashing a white ice wave. Okay. I'm really just looking for one that isn't on a block. Rupture is the old Deadeye. It's a full ascendancy node just in a support gem, and it's still probably not going to get used. Nice. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a surge of divine power. Do you know what is neat about these actually is that they made Simulacrum better. So you only have to do 15 waves of Simulacrum instead of the 30. Some of the best Simulacrum builds are cast on stun. They're really goofy, but they're like crazy strong because so many things attack you that you get stunned on like a 0.1 second trigger rate. And these block retaliates could probably fit into that. Even if you had like a small block chance. It's so funny these have to say cannot be triggered by mines. How would that work? Arsenal Vengeance. Oh, this is the new keystone. Damaging retaliation skills become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. That's it. That's the PogChamp. That's the you don't need to block. You still need to get hit. And it has to be enemies. Thinking. That's still crazy good. Like I was saying, I think simulacrum farmers are going to be... Okay, I don't know how many people actually know about this strat. I'm tempted to make one as my second character. Cast one stunned. It wouldn't even need to be cast one stunned. I guess you would just get all the retaliation gems if you were doing it this way. Secret streamer strats. I mean, people have posted about it, but it's such an obnoxious, precise build that only does one type of content that I don't think a lot of people want to commit to doing it. But it's like very unique and funny, so I might want to try it. It like really only works in simulacrum. You can't map with it. You can't boss with it. I don't think you can do anything else with it. I'm thinking nothing comes to mind. One sec. Okay. Added new base types. These can be found in the end game. I said how I'm not sure that I like that they've done this. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. When they're just higher percentage of armor and energy shield, I don't like it. But, oh well. Boop, boop. Those uniques are awful. Added 15 new UE. That's cool. New divination. That's cool. 72. Cool. The chisels are okay. Added 3 new Grandmasters. Why are they still doing that? Okay. You really need... You couldn't make solo self-found unless you beat the campaign once? That's weird. Makes sense. Didn't know that. This is one of the more exciting things to me, to see what's in the campaign. I'm a campaign enjoyer. I think that some of that might actually deter you from just blasting. Though maybe not. It might just be introducing the new players' mechanics. Some of them seemed interesting. Totems have been removed. We decided to deal with melee skills to be buffed. I'm really still surprised that they went that route. That's what people would recommend it forever, but it just seemed too simple. But it really does just solve everything. Buff the damage. Falling gems have been removed. Ancestral Protector, Ancestral War Chief. And Earthbreaker support, really? Why is this stream not on the main account? Because I'm literally reading 30,000 characters about Path of Exile patch notes. And it explains it below the stream. Microtransaction refund. I might have one of those. I'm glad. Yeah, get that off my account. Move the gems. Dawn Strider unique boots were ones that gave you totem buffs last for a while. Maybe they made it to banners now. And these. Wait, which one? I'm trying to just look for now. It gives you some of these patch notes. It now has socketed slam gems are supported by level 25 Earthbreaker and provides ancestral bond. Now has a 3 to 5% damage from hits is taken from your nearest totem's life. Sounds bad. Okay, dead item. I guess that's the only way you can get Earthbreaker support now, but Earthbreaker support wasn't very good. But maybe it's good now that melee skills are good. But it would still only be a 4-5 link. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, we don't want totems. Oh, totem changed to that. Ironwood. Oh yeah, Ironwood? What's going on with Ironwood? Now gives totem life. Okay, nothing. Banners have been reworked so that they don't have a reservation cost, and banners are the new totems. A new Bannerman and Renowned Deeds cluster. Oh yeah, they have like a whole banner mastery thing. Let me read the masteries real quick because I'm excited about that. Banners also maim enemies. That one's fucking huge. Because they changed War Banner to not be nearby enemies take increased physical damage. And that effectively like also gives it to it on top of that. That's very good. Gains 5 Valor when you Warcry. Valor is the quantity of charging up your banners now. Meh. That seems okay. Remove random ailment when you consume at least 10 Valor. Absolutely fucking awful. Please stop printing these. I'm saying as though you're a Magic the Gathering and you're printing cards. There's so many like remove a random ailment. When you do a very highly specific thing, you're going to do like once per map. And it's a random one, not even all of them. Recover 3% of life. That's pretty cool. Banners also cause enemies to take 8% increased damage. There's a chance that that scales with aura effect on enemies the same way Pride does, and the same way Champion is able to get banners have increased effect on enemies. And if that's the case, then that is one of the best masteries in the game. And if that's not the case, it's a very good, very good mastery. Because again, enemies take 8% increased is not the same thing as you getting 8% increased damage. It's big. Yeah, I feel like if you're champion and it does work that way, and even if it doesn't, that's like mandatory. So you're gonna want like at least one banner wheel. And some of the banner wheels seemed good too anyway. But I think even just melee in general is going to pretty much have to have one banner. New rallying icon cluster. Don't care. Well, they showed these on the stream, so I know generally what these nodes were doing. Wait. Defiant Stand causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and 3 frenzy charges when you consume the maximum valor to place a banner. My brain is spinning to see if you could do a discharge build with this. Nah. But maybe. There's new uniques that modify valor. Blah, 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 blah. Banners also cause killed enemies to have a chance to explode. That's kind of good if you're doing like ritual, because you're still gonna have to place it. Rage rework, we read a lot of this on stream before. I need to understand when it wears off. You lose 10 rage every 1 second if you have not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Which was, I forget what it was previously, but I think it was a lot more than 2 seconds. Oh, previously 1 rage every 0.5? Yeah, now it's 10 every 1. I might I might have to think about this berserker that I was planning. I think it's still a good League Start build. Because on League Start, my whole plan was Rage Vortex. And when you League Start Rage Vortex, you use Blade Storm to generate rage. Which, how many rage generators there are now, you should probably instant max. And I think realistically, even in endgame, last time I did the build, I was like killing Shaper day 1. And now I'm gonna have 5 times more damage. And I was still using Blade Storm at that point. Because there's no reason not to. Until you have like a fully geared character and you can just Rage Vortex alone, but that's not really like League Start guy. So that should be fine. There's a shared cooldown preventing you from generating rage on hit from more than 1 hit. Okay, dude, that's fucked up. That if I'm understanding that right, that might be like the nail in the coffin on the build. So like if I have a Rage Vortex out hitting, gaining rage, and I have a Blade Storm out hitting, gaining rage, they're still only gonna tick every 0.5. That's pretty bad. It's like an annoying ramp time, and then they go away after 2 seconds. I don't know, a little bit of this build is like, it sounds so good, and then on the other hand, a little bit of it is quite random XD if this actually works out. I don't think that'll be a problem. Rage Vortex already removes rage when you cast it. What I really wanted to do was calculate, as we're reading through this, what my expected maximum rage would be with the changes. So I don't know if it says that there's a new default max here. I think I saw on the stream that there was a new default max though when they hovered over did it say 30? They'll probably say it in here. Max now is 30. Okay, let me rage. Max 30. And we're gonna do some pluses. Bee boo bee boo bee ba doo ba doo bee ba doo. Why even have a note like this? A number of rage related stats had their wording updated to make it more clear that they scale with increased rage effect. Okay, that's cool for a number of rage related stats. Rage effect applies to the damage inherently granted by rage and other bonuses granted. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you're just describing what rage is? Okay. Berserker Ascendancy got changed to Chainbreaker Timeless Keystone. And the Calm Spirit unique gloves have been updated to state their rage regeneration stats do not delay the inherent loss of rage. That's kind of a translation. Bow characters were using rage. Deadeyes were using rage. And we want that to be a melee mechanic. And it's going to be a pain in the ass to sustain that on a bow character now. But it's also more annoying for melee characters. Many such changes, like Fortify, have fallen victim to that. So Fortify is obnoxious now, so that other people can't do it. Bear's Girdle no longer has increased physical damage per 10 rage. It now has 10 max rage. Okay. Missing that's fine, because rage is multiplicative damage now, which it wasn't before. But I need to see how the max rage adds up. Calm's Primacy sucks. Yeah, Calm's Primacy sucks. We might use it when leveling, because it seems like this ignores the no more than once every 0.5. It's kind of just its own thing, maybe. Gain 7 to 10 rage after spending a total of 200 mana. Weird. They just added this helmet last league and it's basically gone now. I think people still might try and use it, but if it's still doing the you haven't hit an enemy recently, what are you gonna do? Be an Archmage Rage helmet for 30% additional damage, more damage? Torchlight Brained. The heist axes don't give max rage anymore. They give rage on a hit. Okay. Battle trance. Node plus 10. Where was I? That one plus 10. Also, the small nodes here might have had plus rage on them, like plus 1 each. I don't know. Each rage also grants 1% increased armor, gain rage when hit by enemy. How do I get, I don't usually use a notepad plus plus. How do I get it to stop like tooltip dropping down trying to guess shit that I wrote one time? But leave me alone. I know what I'm typing. Leave me the fuck alone. It was 3. Okay. This one just more okay, that one again, I think these are breaking the rules of the every 0.5 seconds. Or it may be that every 0.5 seconds this gets added to the total. That's probably more likely. Settings preferences, autocomplete off. Okay, thank you. Done it for 10 minutes. What have I missed? You're gonna have to watch the VOD. War cries 7 to maximum rage mastery. Not looking too good there. Not looking too hot. Because before you could get like 120 rage. So this is 30, 40, 57. That is 57% additional damage and attack speed and move speed and armor if you have all of the nodes. I mean, that's still like crazy value. I think there might be some rage tinctures as well. I kind of forget. I think that was a thing. You can have one tincture at a time. Dude, wasn't it the new warden gets 2 tinctures? I might be dissuaded from like gladiator just to wear 2 tinctures. That class looks fucking crazy. Hold up. Can I go to like pathofexile.com and it shows you the whole like the preview page? Blue, blue. Do, 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 do. Look at how happy they are. Oh my god. Harness the power. Ain't no way. Gain ward instead of 50% of armor and evasion from equipped body armor. I think that this might be one of the sleeper fucking best items in the game. I really do. People don't like ward. They don't like ward because it's hard to get. They said they nerfed Olroth's Revenge, but they said that there'd still be a way to ward loop. So if there's still a way to ward loop, then there's still a way to have ward uptime 100% of the time. And if that exists, then this item is insane. And if it doesn't exist, I think the belt slot's too competitive for who would actually use it. I was gonna say like 90% evade characters, and at that point in the game, you're gonna have like Headhunter or some shit. I like all that new crafting. I was here to look for Raider, that there was a hover overable Raider ascendancy. There was also this guy in the full context of casting a spell when you block. There was some pretty like elemental type damage retaliations. Chance to block is lucky. That's pretty good then. It's gonna only be 3 socket though. You better pick a fun spell. Those are the retaliates. Okay, I was curious if these counted as spells, but they don't. Tinctures. I think that the tincture mod pool is going to be heavily changed, and I don't want to read into it too much. Because even these ones are technically phrased differently. Which is weird that it's saying melee weapon attack speed, though the Raider Ascendancy it can be used with ranged weapons, and I don't know, like, it's still specifically saying melee. They might have just done that to clarify, because a lot of people in Affliction equipped these and didn't understand, and it was like a question you'd see every single day on Reddit, like 3 posts. If they bring back, wasn't this the base value of this one was all damage can poison? Dude, I gotta say, like, I'm thinking about the Rage Vortex thing. I think that Viper Strike, we did a League start of Viper Strike. That build would be so fucking crazy with these changes. You get tinctures. You get the increased, the more duration support gem. You get a crazy amount of flat damage on Viper Strike now. It got buffed like to 350% effective damage. Words basically shield right, a bit lost on that. It takes one hit, then it goes away and it absorbs damage from the one hit. But previously there were ways to make it less effective, but active 100% of the time. So every single hit you take would absorb 300 damage. So usually it goes away for a duration. I feel like that one didn't go how you wanted it to. League start day, it didn't go how I wanted to, because Poisonous Concoction did 0 damage because it was bugged. But then that actual build after a day or two was very, very good. I was really happy with it. I was saying it was like one of my better League start builds that I've ever done, and it was such a shame that the Poisonous Concoction thing really fucked with it. Because I was doing on like day 2, when it was finally like the campaign was done, day 2 we were doing whatchamacallit, like wave 10 ultimatums in tier 16 with Viper Strike. And now it would do, I think you could hit dot cap so easy against bosses. All of the melee buffs, it does like 350% effective damage plus tinctures. There's no way it wouldn't just be outrageous. Weren't the servers asked that League launch? That was like the worst League launch ever. Certainly for me, with 0 damage. Everything that could have went wrong. But the build that it was supposed to be was good. Yeah, but if it doesn't, like, the icing on the cake would be if this still had all damage can poison. If there were an all damage can poison tincture, it wouldn't even be close. That build would be outrageous. So you get up here. Okay, it's a little cropped weird on the screen. It'll be fine. Tincture effects also apply to ranged weapons. I guess that is implying that where it says melee weapons, you obviously are overrating that. Tinctures applied to you have 10% increased effect. These small nodes are a lot better than they look. A lot of the times in classes, you just pass over them and you don't care. Collectively, all of these is 50% tincture effect. Oh, excuse me. I don't know how to count. Sorry, I worked out earlier and dude, I was so fucking zonked after this workout. I barely ate today. I had 2 pieces of toast and like a tiny burrito for breakfast. That's 4. That is, either way, 40% tincture effect is very good when you have a good tincture. You can have an additional tincture active, which you couldn't do before. Before you had to remove potion slots to have your tincture more effective. Now you just get 2 of them, which these, like, I think it's easy to overlook how this is one of the like new best things in the game. Tincture effects linger on you. That one remains to be seen how much of a problem it is to solve Tincture mana burn rate. What I'm thinking is that, what I was saying on stream earlier, is that Mana Forged Arrows Deadeye is super meta. It shoots like 40 million arrows a second. You trigger arrows when you use mana, and then this is mana burning, and then you already have like a gigantic mana pool, because Mana Forged Arrow adds more damage multipliers for how much mana you had when you shot, and this lets you put tinctures on ranged weapons, and you already have the mana to sustain the tinctures, and then you're just fucking blasting. Which could possibly be a really big alternative to Deadeye. Then we have all this weird elemental stuff. You get Scorch instead of Ignite, which is very good. Just thinking. I'm gonna say my thoughts after I reread all of these. Enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds. Hits that failed to freeze due to insufficient freeze duration inflict Hoarfrost. Yeah, I think my take on this is right, that this is too specific. It is seriously a Frostblades node. Like, if you're playing Frostblades, you should try this, and if you're not, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. This one was weird AF. So what is like the expected uptime of this? I don't think it really says how quickly the stacks drain. The hit on an enemy. Yeah, you can't really see the Unbound Avatar skill, so you don't know how fast it uses those stacks. But it's more elemental damage while unbound. Which should really help you with single target, which again is something that Frostblades really is weak against. It says it lasts 10 seconds. Oh, I didn't read the bottom part. 100 Fury. That's pretty good. Like, if you do a map, like I was saying, Frostblades is really weak single target. You do a map, you're freezing. You need this to freeze on hit with Frostblades. That opens up, like, legitimately 4 different gear pieces of what you had to use on Ice Blades before. Maybe not like 1-to-1 4 pieces, but you had to wear so much stupid shit. No, you don't. So you can wear better gear, and then you can do 80% more damage to the boss. And then Frostblades itself, I haven't seen the patch notes on it, probably just deals like double the damage because melee league. And then maximum effective shock is 2% increased damage taken. You can apply up to 50 shocks on each enemy. This one is still like weird. And I feel like there should be more explanation. That it could mean multiple different things. So is it worth getting into PoE now? I would say I recommend this league. Before I would have been sort of like, you can wait because PoE 2 isn't far away. But this league is a lot more beginner friendly. And I think has a lot more interesting stuff in the campaign, and it's free, and if you don't like it while you're playing it, then who cares? I can't scroll down, it's weird. Barkskin was from Affliction, didn't really care about it. It's good though. Wait, I can't. Minus 15 cold lightning and damage taken from spell hits per bark. Okay, it just makes Barkskin better against elemental damage. Which is also what they've been needing to do. So evasion doesn't really have a way to prevent elemental damage. And this kind of works into that. It's like the same armor fix that they did, but it's sort of for them. That's really strong. Prevent 2% of suppressed spell damage per bark below maximum. Yeah, it's really strong. It's kind of weird to explain, but just generally take less elemental damage, which is good. What things can you buy? Cosmetics. The whole game is cosmetics, and you can buy stash tabs, which make storing stuff a lot more convenient. Though if you want it like the best feeling stash tab situation, it's like $3 when they're on sale, which is quite often. Yeah, I think it's generally, I think 2 weeks into every league start, there's a stash tab sale. And even if you don't wait for the sale, they're not very expensive. Like, all you would really need is a currency tab. And then, I don't know, I'd go from there. One premium tab, one currency tab, go from there. Depending on what mechanics you do a lot and are sick of trying to organize. Pay to organize. I should consider this class. Hold on, wait, no. To get the double tincture for melee, you have to go through this. Tincture effects linger on you. Per mana burn on you. When the tincture was deactivated. And tincture mana burn is weird. It's really hard to know how annoying it will be. It seems like it'll be annoying. Though the patch notes, I need to see like what aura effect changes there are. Class is like just weird in general. It depends on how good tinctures are. They definitely seem worse than they were in Affliction. By their base value. Well, here's the thing. Here. This one used to be all damage can poison. But that wasn't an effect that can scale. So I was kind of annoyed in Affliction that scaling tinctures wasn't good because most of their best modifiers didn't scale. This one, if you have the 40% tincture effect, then you're getting basically 40% increased damage with poison from melee weapons. Which is... that's a lot. And then you can have 2 of these. Dude, wait. They can be the same tincture. I was thinking that they would be different tinctures. You can have an additional tincture active. I was like, oh yes, I'll have a poison one and another... No, dude, you get 2 poison ones. And it seems that they have increased mana burn rate based on the increased effect. So that's like flasks. If you roll on a flask increased effect, it usually has a downside of uptime. Changes to the bandit quest at all notable? Not really. Just a little bit more nuanced of like it's nothing really. I would love to see more of the tincture mods. I don't know what I would do with this class though. If I wanted to go tincture route, then you're getting... That's a feels bad on a league start, is that you would take tincture effect. I don't know where you get them. And your first ascendancy being devoted to like less, I guess you wouldn't. You would just get the other tincture later. I guess it's unrealistic that you'd have 2 tinctures at the start of the campaign. So if you did 1, 2, 3, 4, you get 2 other nodes. Then I could see you doing, well, both Scorch and Shock are kind of in the same realm. I can see a good argument for not taking this Giga 80% more elemental and just getting, you apply 50 shocks, you apply Scorch, and then you could even do like Wild Strike so that you're doing fire, lightning, whatever. I don't know. I always want to do Wild Strike. Then you start next to the node that would let you do Wild Strike, the Keystone. And then these tinctures have, these ones base value have 100% increased elemental damage with melee weapons, which you would get plus 20% increased effect of that, 120, and you'd get that twice, and then other stats. It's like if your other stats or melee critical strike multiplier. Yeah, dude. That's pretty fucking crazy. I will consider you when I'm reading the patch notes on like Wild Strike and stuff. Massive balance. In-game content. Where's the do they not have one of those for Glad? They do. I don't think I'm gonna play. I love Glad. I'll get to them one day, but I think limiting my choices of league start and just immediately deciding I'm not gonna do Gladiator is probably a good idea. What was the retaliation one? Usable for an additional 2 seconds. I still don't. I didn't really look at what the cooldowns on them were. And not consume a cooldown. It's pretty dang cool. And then you just immediately get bleeding enemies explode. There's like, I feel like you just always take it, right? You don't get. Oh, they took away the best node, the challenger charge one. Fuck, dude. Yeah, fuck Glad. No challenger charges? Fuck this guy. I think you could be like nearly immortal on a Gladiator. And you could totally do the AFK Simulacrum Farmer with, if you took retaliation skill thing, flat 50% block, block is lucky. So you could have presumably 75% block with lucky is like, that shit's, you're blocking nearly every hit. Popping off with retaliates. You could even have cast when stunned, because they used to have blocked hits don't count as stunned hits, but they don't have that anymore, which actually could be a good thing for the goofball build. And then there's still like, Glad has this problem where if you're trying to like, oh, I'm gonna do the block thing, okay, so you take these three, you have one more choice. I guess it's bleed explosions. Nothing else is actually helpful. Okay. Yeah, Glad rework's weird, but I guess you gotta see how good retaliation skills are. But again, I think it's very limited in the type of content it's good at, like Simulacrum. You need to do shit where there's a ton of monsters. So you could probably have a pretty active one that's a Delver, if you can get their damage high enough. Because Delve also has like just 70 million things attacking you. But then also when you get a Delve boss, you have to wait for it to hit you. It's a little weird. Did they remove counterattack skills? Do you know? Like Vengeance? I mean, they must have, because I was gonna say, before you could force hit yourself to activate Vengeance, and it doesn't seem like there's any way to do that now unless there's some crazy unique. So it's really like, it's a really awkward playstyle with I think it would be fun, but I think if you know enough about the game, you know how much you're slowing down to wait to to block stuff. Especially because it really looks like if you're going gladiator to do it, you aren't getting anything else. You're easily capping block. You're triggering more often, but there's like no damage multiplier, which is always a problem. And these don't really help. None of these are helpful. They're not damage. There's not a single damage one. Except for critical if a dagger, but I don't think you'd want to wear a dagger for this. I think new Glad sucks. I think old Glad is better. Okay, I don't think it sucks, but I do think that old Glad was better. The issue with Gladiator was never that Gladiator was bad. It was always that counterattack was bad, block was bad, bleed was bad. Now counterattack is better, and bleed is better. And whatever the fuck the other one I said was, they're all better. So everything Glad used to do is better, but now it doesn't have, the only thing it has nodes for is bleed. It has 2 good bleed nodes and it'll be a good bleed melee class, but like the block stuff is not it. It's not it. It's very, very weird. Okay, tinctures added to the core game. NPCs in towns may have tinctures available to purchase. Ooh, hey! Added a new blood-soaked blade keystone passive skill to the southeast as a dual starting location. Blood-soaked blade causes tinctures to inflict weeping wounds instead of mana burn. Draining... Oh, that's fucking sick. Boom, problem solved. The whole thing I was talking about with Raider, like, doesn't matter if you take that. Dude, wait, hold up. Their whole ascendancy node doesn't fucking matter if you take that. What was the percentage of mana burn? I remember seeing a note on it earlier. Block is kind of wacky though. Block is crazy underrated. I think you're gonna see a lot of like content creators talk about block's insane, but it's like it's been good, but people moved on. As soon as they added spell suppression and block was a little bit nerfed, they're all like, new thing, don't care. Block goes very hard. 1% per stack per second. What is causing... I don't like the weird mana buff debuff thing. Like, I'm gonna have to play with it to understand it, I think. Block is good until you get Shaper Slammed. I mean, don't do that. That's what I always say, is that... It was the same thing with spell suppression. I don't think you should cap spell suppression. I think you should get it to like 70 and then get lucky spell suppress. And then the argument is like, well, if you get hit by a huge attack and you don't spell suppress it, you're gonna die. And I don't get hit by Shaper Slam, dumbass. Who's getting hit by Shaper Slam? Ain't me. Flasks adjacent to applied tinctures gain 2 charges when you hit an enemy with a weapon. Oh, okay, they brought that back too. So your flasks have permanent uptime, basically. No more than once every second. I still think that's enough till I have pretty much permanent uptime. That's just for one tincture, that's just about permanent uptime. If you have like a 10-second duration flask and you're hitting for 10 seconds, then you're probably going to get like 20 or so charges, which is what it would be. But if you have the double tincture, that's 100, that's perma flask mode. which also, this used to be an affliction. This was non-unique flasks, but it is now all flasks. So there's some really busted unique flasks that you can throw on and have permanent uptime on, which is nice. Perfected formula cluster. 15% chance for tinctures to not inflict mana burn and causes tinctures applied to you to have 10%. Dude, can I get like an explanation of mana burn? Right click to activate. Only one tincture in your belt can be active at a time. Mana burn causes you to lose 1% of your maximum mana per stack per second. Can be deactivated manually or will turn off if your mana drops. So it's just 1% of mana per second is all mana burn is. Where does it say it ramps? Okay, well it does say per stack. But where does it say how many stacks you gain? Oh fuck. You guys are so smart. You guys are so fucking smart. Every 0.4 seconds. Dude, and there's no cap to mana burn. It's just obnoxious. Like, the reason people liked tinctures was because they hate flasks. These are more annoying than flasks. And they have a cooldown when you deactivate them. They better be like way better then. And this one giving 64% increased mana burn rate. I guess that's why it's 0.4 seconds. It's probably like 0.7, 0.6 or something. I don't know. 8.8. Still, even if it's... No, it'd be 1 second. Stinky dum-dum. Ish. Anyway. 1% of your mana drained stacking per second is what was this? Tincture effects linger on you for 0.5 seconds per mana burn on you when they deactivate, up to a maximum of 6 seconds, which we see is now the cooldown of them. And then they have less mana burn. They're gonna... I'm like tempted by playing a Warden with tinctures, but they're going to have to show as a teaser this week like what good tinctures look like, because these three ones that they've shown are not convincing me. Let's go 20 max mana and 20 flat mana regen per second. I wish you could have 20 max mana. Though they also made melee skills cost more mana. Okay. Sorry for chirping at you. Sometimes I chirp. If you have blood magic with that mana burn, there was a keystone that changed mana burn to life. Hold up. Hold up. Dude, if you have blood magic, do you get mana burn at all, is the question. Because you don't have mana. Dude, is blood magic in? Where was this one? Draining your life instead of your mana is a keystone. Yeah, I feel like if you had blood magic, you have 0 mana and it would drain 0 mana per second. And it would just... They say they deactivated 0 mana. You got me. You guys are so smart. And I guess that's the whole reason why you would want that keystone. But a stacking debuff of 1% of life degen... Like Slayer could do that and not care. I don't like how they made the thing that was fun because it was less annoying than flasks 10 times more annoying than flasks. So I don't know. Maybe I don't care and I'm never going to use one. It's like they totally fucked the whole thing. Reduced mana burn rate. Hold on, let me see the masteries when we get to the end. 25% increased tincture cooldown recovery. The point that you even have to put passives in to get that is annoying. Tinctures have 15% increased effect and 15% increased effect if you used a life flask recently. Is pretty good. Also, they had to make it a little bit annoying and make a life flask thing with it. Do burst of energy cluster. Blah, blah, blah. Burst of energy causes you to recover 15% of mana when you activate a flask. Okay. The first 6 stacks of mana burn applied to you have no effect. Okay, so you get 6 seconds where you can think. And a mastery is, if you're using tinctures, a mastery is going to be pretty much free. Because I think you're always going to want to take this node with the 15% increased effect. This is really good. You would at least take that if you were near it. So you'd get 1 mastery for free. For free. And then you would... Something like that is convenient. Evasion rating while you have an active tincture. Awful. Increased flash charges gained per mana burn on you. So, let's say you're a Pathfinder and you have life flasks don't queue and they can overheal you. And then your tinctures drain your life, but it doesn't matter because your flasks are giving you, your life flask is giving you like 15,000 health per second because Pathfinders can just do that. Then you would have permanent uptime on your life flask. And then there might be some like health degen stuff you could take advantage of. I don't know. But yeah, you could, I don't know. That'd be weird. Could certainly do it. It's odd again that I guess Pathfinder is like the flask class, but they actually have a surprising amount of synergy that I'm seeing with tinctures, even though Warden seems like the tincture class. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't these nodes make a little bit more sense actually if they were on Pathfinder? This class got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 notables. Pathfinder has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pathfinder has 6 notables. This class is over fucking loaded. But if you gave tincture effect to Pathfinder, then they would be some ungodly level of poison. Like the whole Viper Strike thing I was talking about. Even if you had the take an ascendancy node, Forbidden Flame, it was able to Forbidden Flame additional tincture on a Pathfinder. I think that's the dream. And you get double poison tinctures. And then you just go crazy. You just go wild. You just run the streets. Flasks adjacent have 10% increased effect. Okay. Deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn. But they have a cooldown when they deactivate. It's not like... It's very... I've really... The biggest thing I've looked forward to being re-added into PoE in a long time was tinctures, and I think they absolutely just fucked it. What the lingering effect node is for? Yeah, I'm pressing the button, dude. I'm gonna press the button. I'm not spending my mastery point on pressing the button for me every 12 seconds. I could do it. I don't like that. I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna. What the fuck, Ronnie? 1% of becoming a girl, though? I didn't think about it that way. Oh, dang it. What did he mean by this? I don't know. He's just up. It's late. He's thinking about life. Retaliation skills. Existing riposte skill gems. Oh, so they just removed all the old ones. Counter stacks removes. What did they do to the one shield is what I want to see. The Giga Vengeance shield. 10% chance to block if you've used retaliation recently is pretty crazy. I think you'll be able to max block easier though, especially glancing blows. Fucking glancing blow. Dude, also there was the staff that had counterattacks on it that had battle mage. I have considered making a build on that like 3 times. I've got 6 link ones in league and I was like, I'm gonna do it this league. I never do it. But if they buff that weapon, I'm gonna do it. Retaliation skills have 50% increased stun duration on enemies. Fortify on melee hit. Who cares? Who fucking cares, dude? Just attack. I guess that's the full automation dream. Area of effect. Gain rage on hit with retaliation skills. This was the thing that I think my Berserker would have to do if I play it. Where you get the Rain of Swords retaliation with the keystone. So every 6 times you get hit, you drop a Rain of Swords. Oh, but there's still going to be the internal cooldown on those, aren't there? It's just going to be 5 rage even though there's 100 swords. Why are they putting these chains on me? Retaliation skills have 20% attack speed. Or speed, okay. I'm curious who cares. If they're automatic, 25% chance for a different retaliation skill to become usable. I didn't really read in detail when they become usable and unusable. Wait. I think I may have misunderstood this whole thing. These aren't automatic. I thought these were counterattacks. These are not counterattacks. These are become usable for 2 seconds when you block. After you block, you can start using this skill. But this thing has fucking 674% base damage on a level 1 skill gem. Okay. You have my attention. This one, I know it's cut off. I don't care. My bad. That's the sword rain. Doesn't really say how many swords. Damage effectiveness presumes it's a lot of swords. Divine Retribution, 390. This one is a spell. Usable. Okay, so at gem level 20, if it scales how long it's been usable, you know what I'm saying? Like if gem level 20, we're looking at a usable for 6 seconds after you block a hit. This could be very good. Especially Eviscerate. Okay, now let me... I'm understanding, I'm learning. Retaliation skills become usable for an additional 2 seconds. 50% chance for used retaliation skills to remain usable and not use a cooldown. They're still using a fucking cooldown. These are weird. Once again, kind of like tinctures. I just like moved over my counterattack knowledge. Like weird. It's like, okay, weird is cool. These might be clunky. 70% attack speed. I don't know why. I'm only going to get to use one of these every 3 seconds after I block. I don't know why you got a 70% of base attack speed, me. 674% base damage. Less damage with ailments, which it's going to have to do because that... Oh, it always causes bleeding. This is like a Vow skill. Which they also buffed Vow skills. 30% less. It's really intriguing. Let me think about Divine Retribution. Surge of divine power causing multiple waves of lightning to expand outward. It's presumed that you could hit one target with a bunch of those lights. They did show it on the stream. I'd have to look at it again. And it counts as a spell. Yo, I don't know where they think we're putting all these support gems and active skills. That's the real thing that I'm like... This is some Path of Exile. Like, Path of Exile 2, I will use this skill. PoE 1, I don't even know how you equip this. Because if you want it to be good, you're going to, like, 5 or 6 link it. And then, fuck you. You can only use it every 5 seconds after you've blocked. That's too much. So what do we got? Retaliation Mastery. Duration of ailments by retaliation skills. So that one did always guarantee bleed. I think the other one probably freezes. Debilitate, who cares? I don't remember. Debilitate is good, but like, who cares? %10 chance when you use a retaliation skill for a different one to become usable. And this one is 50% chance to remain usable. So if you're on a hot streak of flipping the coin on Glad, you can really coin flip, coin flip, coin flip. If there's there needs to be like a unique item that goes with these to convince me that they are worth like a 6 link. In-game improvements. I'm aware of pretty much all of this. The Nameless Seer can scry a map to change the divination cards. Yup. Yup. Oh, Bitcoin? Oh, Bitcoin? Scarab of Bitcoin? Well, this is explaining all of the new scarabs. I'm curious about Blight. I think Blight's, because you can... Hold on. Because you can sell oils on the market, I think Blight's going to be really good. Because normally you would have to sell 3 oils at a time. Because people only buy oils in 3s. And when you have like 100 gold oils, that Blight might be really good money. Either that or the market's going to be oversaturated and make no money. I don't know. I'm still probably not going to do it because it's Blight. Blight oils are 1 tier higher. Instead now causes Blight encounters to have 1 blighted chest. Yeah, I could read these another time. I'm not the biggest min-maxer of endgame scarab strats. I would look at the ritual ones because I might be a ritualer. Ritual altars in areas spawn a wildwood wisp. Okay, bro. That's scary. I'm scanning. Monsters and Ultimatum drop loot. I love Ultimatum. I kind of liked that they didn't drop loot, to be honest. I guess that's just better Ultimatum. They remove the early levels of Ultimatum. Think you're thinking of Simulacrum. Hordes and Abyssal Depths now drop more items. Is that like the cities? Because that could be cool. Dude, early league cities are just, they drop so much good shit that you need like random stuff. You'll go into Delve and drop maps that are a higher tier than the ones you're actually doing. That's nice. Unless this means something in Abyss. I don't know what they're calling a horde. I just assumed it was Delve. Some of the beasts from Meinhard memory. Cool, don't care. Divine shrines are, I don't care. Just the drop rate of okay. Map changes to the Atlas. And the map bosses you are required to defeat to upgrade your Pantheon have changed. Blah, blah, blah. All normal stuff, every league. Delirium, first 15 waves are gone from Simulacrum is probably what you're talking about. We have added more opportunities to obtain specific unique items such as voices, which has historically been one of the most expensive items ever because it never freaking drops. And it gatekeeps. Man, I was happy with Voices gatekeeping builds because all the Voices builds are super obnoxious. And I don't like them. So I at least liked that they all like required an infinite amount of wealth to play them. So I could just pretend they didn't exist. Like armor stacker, dude, if you can get Voices easier and set up an armor stacker with Dream Feather, that was already probably the strongest build in the game, and it's a melee build. That shit would like, okay. It doesn't really say how much easier though. And maybe it drops more voices, but you still have to get a good one. Ritual. Okay, so I might be a ritual boy. Corpses for Raised Spectre got put in here, which is why ritual is going to be money. They've been rebalanced compared to affliction. Did anybody even really use them though? Like now that you can use tier 17 map monsters as specters, is that even a big deal? What was the most popular affliction specter? The marionette one's cool because it's like build enabling. But I can't recall any of them actually being like legitimate builds. I mean, it might be better now because you have the T17 Spectre helmet, so you can get more of them than you could before. But I don't know. I don't care about minion builds. I'm just considering it from a perspective of how profitable doing ritual will be. Of like which one of them would sell for an amount. Oh, there was one specter that gave like an aura, right? Where you could, I think it was the marionette, because it would revive itself and you would just put the generosity aura minion thing on it. That's all I can think about. Archdemon crowns are really good now. And this one gives stun block recovery and reduce... Who? Why? The old one was actually good, and it would be good with the new gladiator. So gladiator might have been like had something to equip, so we decided to remove it from the game and make it the least useful fucking base type item in the game. Enjoy. Ritual is now 5 to 6% chance to block attack damage, and you take 10% of... Okay, so it's what those boots were. And replaces the Warcry gloves. I don't know, whoever balanced those wanted to make sure that they still have like a 0% use rate on all of the ritual base types. They're just like different shades of pointless. Reduce movement speed on some boots. And 50% increased of movement skills. Got me in the end there. It sounds okay. I assume that applies to like a blink arrow, which is good for at least one person. Back to basics. Atlas passive keystone has been removed. That's a big deal with mana magic find. I don't know if I want to read all of these Atlas passive changes again, unless they are... I mean, back to basics is the important one. I typically, like a day before leagues start, when they have the new Atlas tree available, then I have like a vague plan and I look at the new stuff, but like reading it in this format it's very hard to understand anything. That's a ritual one that okay. Slight ritual buff. I see a bunch in here for blight. Okay. The way that quantity and rarity of items dropped from extra content has been changed. Generally, we have added item quantity or rarity to a number of mechanics such as essences or delirium. On top of that, we have added drops back to some leagues where it wasn't present before, like ultimatum. It's the only one. Some leagues, that's the only one. In general, the philosophy here is that if you are killing monsters, you get loot. And if they are more difficult, you should get more and better loot. Yeah, ultimatum monsters are fucking crazy. I appreciate that I guess, I mean, I would have preferred that they make the ultimatum rewards better than make the monsters drop loot. But I imagine it's just a feels bad things for players, but if it feels bad, then don't play ultimatum, I guess. Do something else. There's a million other mechanics. A major change we have made alongside the above is that we changed a lot of the quantity and rarity of bonuses on monsters to prevent things multiplying out of control at the very top end. There were cases that were utilized by fewer than 100 players in total in a league, and they were able to yield tens of thousands in case hundreds of thousands of unique items dropping every map. When they showed the patch notes for last league, I immediately was like, that's gonna happen. I don't know how that, at least the one exploit with 18,000 fucking beyond monsters per map, I don't know how that one slipped by them, that they didn't realize that was gonna happen. That was before I even knew about the Torment changing them into like rogue exiles. And as such, had a monopoly on this unique item market. If you were wondering why many tier 0 uniques were reduced so drastically in value during Necropolis League, it was due to this. This wasn't them exploiting a game mechanic, it was just the this was just the maximum capacity of rewards. By us changing this, it will severely limit the runaway cases without affecting the experience, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I know, but what did they say they did? We have changed a lot of the quantity and rarity bonuses on monsters to prevent things from multiplying out of control. That's vague. Oh, there's a section for it. Item quantity bonus. I honestly like. Don't care. I just kill things. I get loot. Item quantity bonuses on all character items have been removed. But then are they adding it as a rollable rarefix instead of the uniques? On all character items. But now only through item rarity. Okay, so item quantity has always been better than item rarity. Item quantity just makes 10% more things drop. Item rarity makes it so that there's a 10% chance the thing that drops is better. But their sliding scales of improving what things are that drop have always been irrelevant. They've barely done anything, even with really high values of item rarity. It almost didn't matter. Because, like, okay, let's say you could drop 100 things and one of them's a chaos orb, for example. Then rarity would have a chance of upgrading one chaos orb to like an annulment orb. A chance. Doesn't always. But if instead of dropping 100 things, you drop 1,000 things, then you're going to get like 10 chaos orbs. So item quantity has always just been better. I think that explanation at least checks out. I don't go too deep into it, but that's I think that would be correct. So this is just them removing item quantity on items. The question is, which is always my question because they've been pushing this league after league, is what are they going to do to make item rarity good or worth pursuing? Because there's a node on the Atlas tree that converts all of your quantity into like 10 times that value in rarity. And that was awful. But that effectively just makes you drop a whole bunch of low-level uniques that you don't want and that don't sell in trade. So like early league, it was cool, like if you were solo self-found and you wanted to find a specific unique, but it just like it upgrades a rare to a unique. It doesn't, you don't really get actually item rarity, higher rarity uniques almost ever. It would be better to have more quantity for that. I don't know. Because it doesn't really say, right? It doesn't say this is how item rarity is different now, but I feel like with everything they've said, they would have to be some changes to it. Just gotta guess. Player balance. Corpses spawned by the Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills now have a flat 15% chance to match your specters rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpses varieties that can be picked from. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purpose. You can... Okay, wait. You cannot detonate dead a specter corpse. I'm logging in. I'm sitting up. I'm logging in. I'm double checking to make sure I'm not crazy, or if I'm just like looking for what I want to read. DD was killed in like 3 ways. Oh, good. Okay, so that was one of the most... when people say that you need a spreadsheet and a build guide to play Path of Exile, this was one of the reasons why, like, they're actually right. If you played Detonate Dead and you didn't know the really obscure mechanic of you need to get a specter that is a really high life specter that you don't use as a minion, that you just have summon in your Desecrate pool, so sometimes your Detonate Dead explodes a bigger minion than it otherwise normally would to make your Detonate Dead good. Shit like there's a degree of that's like an exploit. And that should have got removed from the game like 4 years ago. Instead, they've like gone back and forth on trying to make it more accessible and easier to understand. Just fuck off. Spectral corpses look different. Can only spawn if you have the raised specter skill. Itemized corpses now spawn spectral corpses. That's like a weird fringe case thing. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. Dude, Detonate Dead is just a list of bug reports. That's a bug report. Endurance charges on players and minions no longer grant 4% elemental resist. Okay, yeah, I thought we were still talking about corpses, yeah. Ward is restored after 2 seconds instead of 4. It's actually quite good. Really do think you could play like an evasion, dodge, acrobatics character, like bow character, who's really ideally not getting hit that often, and then do some amount of ward would be worth it. Because they're like the diminishing returns that you get on adding additional evasion, that I think ward would be higher value defensively than like if you got rid of your gloves, which would be like at most 500 evasion and got 300 ward. That'd be really good. With 500% charge gain from mana burn, you could get an iron flask to restore ward every time you get a hit for perma ward. Wait. I don't understand what you're saying. Either that, or I mean, I like vaguely get it, but it seems really unrealistic when you're getting hit like 17 times in a second because of how PoE is. Dual wielding gives 20% block and 10% more attack speed. Previously 15% block. Okay, I'm surprised they didn't buff the attack speed. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation. Oh yeah. This was reminding me that it really feels like all of the melee buffs are just undoing melee changes. Valpact being reverted. Like everything that is a big melee buff is just reverting it. They added this weird 2-swing animation thing to melee attacks to try and make them cooler, like fucking 6 years ago or something, and it was an instant failure. And yeah, it's hard to say that is like a legitimate, probably like 20% DPS increase when your attack speed is lower. Maybe more. Like, I was thinking in the shower before I got home that Marauder level 1 on the beach fighting Hillock takes so long. But now you have a 500% damage heavy strike, and you don't have these weird every other hit swings. That, like, dude, Marauder's gonna be able to beat Hillock. What a time to be alive. That's crazy. No way. Nerf melee. Can no longer be stunned while performing a Val skill. That is pretty cool. That happens a lot. You cannot be stunned while performing Val Breach. That's also actually pretty fucking sick for the obscure interactions of that. Skill gem changes. Okay, here's where we're gonna dude, dude, I feel like I've been doing this. It's been 2 hours, pretty much. We're like 20% down this list. We just got the skill changes. I think I'm gonna blast through some of this though, and really only look at the skills that I personally care about. Attack skills that use ranged or melee have had their weapons split between a base gem and a transfigured gem. That's a good solution to the couple that did that, but it's unfortunate because you could actually, again, kind of like a bug fix, you could use melee puncture and then get ranged weapon attack critical strike, and it would work on your melee attacks. So can't do that no more. Oh, so that's just a couple of the ones. Okay. Ancestral Cry. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants elemental resistances. The buff grants 5% elemental resistances to all... And it doesn't give you a melee range. That's weird. Okay, that's kind of irrelevant. Maybe it helps minions, I guess. Armageddon Brand. Oh yeah, I heard that some things got nerfed previously to... Oh. Armageddon Brand is like the gold standard for speedrunning the campaign. I didn't, some of these, I didn't know that they didn't have scaling effectiveness. I just assumed they did. Because why wouldn't they? Like, I don't think that's going to matter. 20% effectiveness difference while leveling. Okay, they're all going to be the same. Yeah, do you know why this was the largest patch notes ever? Is because there's 3 versions of artillery ballista now. So when you change one artillery ballista, you get all of this. Change one Armageddon brand, you get all of that. There's gotta be a better way, he says in grayscale. Perfect. Bane. Bane gets 1,000 damage. Bane gets an extra like 150, whatever. Okay. This song better not be playing a flute. Go next. That and there's gonna be like a bunch of random mana, like barrage mana cost. Okay, Battle Mage's Cry. We're looking at all the war cries. This thing was one of the most busted skills in the game, and it's a win if they fixed it. Did they fix it? Instead, the user and nearby allies get a buff that boosts critical strike chance. What a win. The best melee builds in the game scaled spell damage because of this. It truly is melee league when they don't have to build spell damage anymore. What a time to be alive. Berserk no longer gives more damage and attack speed. Now provides 40% increased rage effect at level 1. Scaling up to 59% rage effect. Presumably, Berserk drains your rage and gives you more rage effect. Increased rage effect. Doing head math. Because now rage can give you movement speed, gives you more attack damage, and can give a base attack speed. So scaling rage effect just makes more sense. What is 60% of 60? It's not bad. Vaguely, I don't. Okay, no, you know what's weird? Here's the issue with this. Here, developers, listen up. So, rage effect, before it just give a base amount of more damage. Now, you get more damage per point of rage you have. You get more move speed per point of rage. Everything is per point. But the Berserk skill makes your rage drain. So, if you just give rage effect, it's just gonna drain your fucking rage. You know? It's like maybe you can sustain it more at max because you get more rage per hit. But before it was at least, I don't know, before you were still, I don't know. I don't know. Curious what Blade Fury is doing these days. How's Blade Flurry doing these days? Did it go from unusable to not want to be used? Went from 49 to 111% effectiveness. That's probably not enough. There's a couple of these where I'm like, okay, that's a little bit more than double the damage. That's not enough. Melee though. Blade Storm. Here's one thing I want to see for this. And I want to see this on Puncture as well. Has 159% at level 1. Previously 105. Okay, the level 1 gem matters to me because speedrun man. I use Blade Storm as soon as I get it on Berserker. So that damage increase alone is huge. We were already killing... On a good run where we get an axe and we go to fight like a Zaro in lab for the first time, he would like insta-die. So an extra 50% effectiveness on this is sick. And then you get a whole extra ton by endgame. That's very nice. And also, like, you're going to get a better weapon on average, I think, now because of whetstones. Blight. I'm curious if they were doing anything useful to any of the chaos dots. People have been asking for them to be buffed as well. 350 instead of 280. I don't know where they stand. Like when I read a melee skill, I can vaguely tell you like Blade Flurry is still going to be not very good. I don't know how much help Blight needs. I know it's a lot. I want to look, and I think Blight has stacks, right? Debuff can have up to 20 layers of damage on Blight. And it's 351. $351 times 20 at max stacks. That's good. $284 times 20 was Blight's fucking good. I think. Yeah, no, I'm thinking like compared to like a Reap, Val Reap dot is one of the highest ones. There's a couple that are really good. Like 7,000 base dot damage on a skill is pretty rare. I'm trying to, like, what was the previous highest dot damage you'd get? I know, like, surprisingly, Frigid Bond is one of them. Which is a support gem link skill. Dude, am I dumb? Ain't no way it's 3,000. Ain't no way it's 3,500 dot. What else is there? Gamers, what else is there? What am I forgetting? What's a good dot skill? Oh, well, let me look at Val Reap. Boom, 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 boom. Val Reap's physical dot is 3,000. I'm remembering these numbers being way higher. Dude, the new Blight then is insane. But then even then, I'm looking like if its numbers at 20 stacks was 5,000 before, and everyone was like, this shit's bad. Base duration is 2 seconds. You get quality 0.8 seconds. Feels good. Okay, so the time that it stays on things is 2 seconds. You get 2.8 max quality. Fucking my torchlight brain. I'm like, how do you reap this dot? How do I get Scorching Pulse in here? It's a whole can of worms. I mean, I haven't touched Blight. Nobody has touched Blight in years. GGG hasn't touched Blight in years. I feel like they've been buffing it every league, actually. 321, it went Up to 284. They got more base duration in 323 because of the quality change. It used to be 200. It used to be 209 chaos per second. And now it is 351 per second times 20. With a longer duration. Okay, I'll put that on the list. Another reason why people don't really use it because it's a channeled skill and you have to stand still while you're using it, but I don't mind doing that when a cultist can make you explode for chaos damage. And anytime anyone says you have to stand still for spells as a melee player, I'm like, the fuck do you think I'm like? I'm always standing still to attack things. What are you talking about? So stand still to channel blight and infusion. Channeled infusion got buffed as well. The only thing that makes this not a good league start is that you do have to stand still though. But then you could do like a cast while channeling body swap. Then you're fucking. Cast while channeling body swap blight occultist would actually be so strong. But if I did that on my stream, like, hey guys, Path of Exile League, here's the build, people would fucking throw up and leave the moment they saw the gameplay. At least there's a chance of them watching if I do other stuff. I don't know what the new Blight alts do. Blight of Contagion skills. I think default Blight is still probably the better one. Oh shit, Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter has a mana cost, scaling up to 12. 231% effectiveness. Scaling up to 338. Dude, you know like how strong this melee league is when Bone Shatter nearly got 100% damage effectiveness, which has roughly been considered the only like good true melee skill for like 2 years. And they're still like, nah, dude. Bone Shatter could use some help. It's crazy. Bone Shatter of Carnage, 620% effectiveness. Bruh. So we're gonna be a fucking basic ass bitch and play Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter of Carnage is the one that doesn't scale the way the other Bone Shatters do. So it's like heavy, it's basically heavy strike. But it has reduced enemy stun threshold. And it has like a pulse explosion that has increased AoE based on how long you've stunned things. So like if you hit something and stun them, you get a big giant like extra shockwave. So it's crazy good for clear. And it's gonna have 620% damage effectiveness. And here's the thing. Stunning enemies with the strike releases a damaging pulse. Your pulses can overlap. Because if you have ancestral strikes and you hit more than one enemy, or you have melee splash and you hit more than one enemy, you get more than one pulse. And then it has 620% fucking damage effectiveness. You get a fake stun on bosses? That I don't know. I don't think it would matter on bosses because the pulse very likely doesn't hit the target it pulses from. The thing with this one is that there's a couple of things that they added on. Actually, they were tinctures. So they brought tinctures back. So this might be like usable again. That this has chance to double stun duration and reduced enemy stun threshold. So you're stunning way more often. And then there were some tinctures that were like, I can't remember what they did, but I know they did good shit when you stun things. I know there was a tincture that was always stun on your first hit, and then there was a whole bunch of weird stun things that they tried to add that no one really used. But if they're still there, dude, Bone Shatter of Carnage, previously 275, now 620%. And again, that's more than well, Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike has the chance to deal double damage. But like, goddamn, that's just huge. Also, here's the thing. Check this. Fact check this, fucking Republicans. Because Bone Shatter of Carnage doesn't have trauma, you can use trauma support on it. So you still don't even really lose out on what makes the other Bone Shatters good. Fact check that. I haven't opened this in a second. Bone Shatter of Carnage is 620% effectiveness. LOL, use trauma support. Man, dude, I feel like you finish the campaign with that skill and then you're doing tier 16s. Like, as long as you have the survivability for it. I'm gonna have to see what the ascendancy changes were. Burning Arrow. I was curious about Burning Arrow, if they've done anything to ranged attacks. No longer has added fire damage against ignited enemies. Now has 280%. Up to 420! Previously 300. Okay. Alright. Bone Zone, you need the extra melee range to make it not feel clunky. I disagree. But that's because I'm used to melee, and I don't think it feels that clunky. I think it's a shame that they took the melee range off of Ancestral Cry, and that'll probably make it feel a little bit worse. But you generally have a leap slam that like bypasses the sound barrier. So you just jump. You're speed jumping around the map anyway if you can't be bothered to like move within two-handed axe range. I guess you're playing a Deadeye. Call to arms. Renamed to auto exertion. Isn't that where you choke somebody or you choke yourself and you get off from being choked? Is that they added that to the game? It now reserves mana per supported war cry to cause those war cries to be repeatedly triggered. Dude, this really didn't have preservation before. Okay. I don't think they should have added that to the game, period, but okay. Oh shit, the base is about to drop. That's how you know this next skill is crazy. Caustic Arrow Poison. Oh, didn't drop anything. It just got quieter. Caustic Arrow of Poison got buffed. This thing was fucking awesome. What? What? Oh, it has no added why are they doing that? That's weird. Okay, it has no added cast damage. Might be not. I don't know. Chain Hook. No longer grants 1 rage. Now gain 2 rage. Yo, 2 rage on Chain Hook. This is the first L of Melee League. This is the first time I've seen a melee change and been like, you guys are fucking, what are you doing? Chain Hook is a comedy skill that does nothing. I don't even care if it does 400% effectiveness. If this one did 600, I would not be getting excited about it. Charge dash is really cool, dude. Charge dash build. Dude. Charged dash warden. LMAO shock stack. Don't think about it. Just do it. Hold on, I'm thinking about it. Charge dash is really underrated because it's really awkward. You like character like does a like dashes and then holds the dash and then the dash pathway pulses and damage. And then when you release it, you deal one big huge chunk of damage based on your charge stacks. But in content like Delve or Ritual, you can make a circle. This is me making a circle. Just let it keep pulsing and then it clears the content. And I did a charge dash build in, I don't know, a few seasons ago. I can't remember which one it was. It was before the Trickster rework, because it was on Trickster, old Trickster, and it was pretty good. That might have, that might have been Scourge. There's no way. I don't know. Anyway, it was fun on Delve because you really could just make a circle and then like not even look at the screen. It's really good. And then it's pretty fun to level with and map with because charge dash like makes you run really fast while you're channeling it. And I think like legitimately the new warden who stacks shock per hit, with this being a lightning attack skill, there's actually an ascendancy that could like use it now, which is crazy that the right side of the tree has like melee ascendancies that function. That's fucking awesome. Charge dash could be like a sleeper hit. Absolute sensation. Again with the tinctures, 100% elemental damage with attacks from weapons on your tincture. How much is the mana cost? It was saying something about mana cost. Here's hot take number 2 on this. The really good thing about charge skills is that if you get the ring that has like minus channeled cost of charge skills, like charge skills don't cost mana. They cost some of the smallest amounts in the game. So you could get this down to near 0. And then the mana burn situation from tinctures like wouldn't matter as much because your charge dash wouldn't be using any mana with very little effort. Because if you go the one support gem that reduces mana, 2 minus mana while channeling rings, the shit's gonna cost like near 0. And then you're good. And you're still gonna have mana leech. So I don't know, you could probably sustain the mana burn with the ascendancy node with 2 flasks for a very long time. And if I'm doing content like Delve, which like I said, I think charge dash is really good at things like Delve, that you have a safe time to deactivate your flask as you're like completing nodes. This might be it. This might be the, I didn't even know I was looking for this build. I have to see how like Wild Strike is, but I think that is really making a lot of sense to me. Cleave, 511% cleave. Cleave of Rage. Cleave of Rage was cool. It also got 511. I don't think it matters now because of the rage caps that they put on from hits. That before there was like a cool reason for it. I don't think it's relevant anymore. Cold Snap. All the spells are just getting this weird damage scaling thing. Cobra Lash, I'm not a big fan. Oh man, I might have to go PP. Crackling Lance, I'm a fan. No, it's all the Dango brango. My stomach did not like those burgers. I tell you what. We did make a big poo. You sound so proud. Charles Dasa. Let me think about this. I was there pooing, and I was thinking, like, wait a minute. I think I'm onto something with this charge dash. I think I'm really cooking. I think I'm really doing some cooking. So deals 150% more damage on your final. No, it's just if you've channeled the whole thing, it's just 150% more damage. And then it's hits from your final wave deal 75% of damage per stage, which is like weird. It's like not the most important part of it. And let me double check. It is based on your attack speed. Based on your attack speed. Okay, that's important. Like cooking feels torchlight pilled. You just say, dude, I just say words. You're just saying things. Unique claws. Boom. Skirt. Essentia Sanguis. Any PoE players know what this do? Probably not. Nobody uses it. It's a tier 0 unique that's 1 chaos. So elemental damage 1 to 700. Lightning. Has chance to block while dual wielding, which is buffed now because dual wielding block got buffed. Attack speed, max ES. Energy is not removed, and you get Ghost Reaver for it. You could probably get one of these early on a league start for decently cheap. Run 2 of these and charge dash it up. And then I guess go ES hybrid. Alternatively, the guaranteed 1 chaos weapon, which is 1 to 650 and lightning damage per frenzy charge. Plays wolf sound on kill hidden. I didn't know that. I played a whole build with this. 2 of them. I think the claws would be better. They're more damage and more attack speed overall. I think this is because it's a sword. And then if you get the claw masteries, you'd get more attack while dual wielding claws mastery. This has way more attacks per second. So you would just be pulsing the charge dash like crazy. Yeah. Oh shit, did I click off of the other tab? I believe I did. Where you could look at Warden. But yeah, no, you would stack Scorch and you would stack the shock effect really quickly. Because charge dash hits so often. And then you would have the double tinctures. Pretty easily sustained. And then you're on a pretty crazy zoomy skill. Where was it up here? The other thing is, before it was 143. Wait, but before it was 121. Now it is 264. So it's a little bit more than double. And the release of the pulse deals 150% more damage, which is more effective because there was more effective damage on it. You know what I'm saying? I think this is like a choice. I still kind of really just want to do Rage Vortex, and the big reason is because I've speed ran it and I've played it in leagues like 3 times, and I would actually be really curious to see how the changes affect it and make it different, and see, because then I would have like a perfect gauge meter of how strong things got. But then on the other hand, who the fuck's gonna be league starting Charged Dash Orden? That's kind of cool. Well, I mean, who's gonna league start Rage Vortex? Nobody does that either, but... Okay, Defiance Banner. You gain Valor from melee combat to use the skill. The aura will be larger and more powerful the more Valor consumed. The banner lasts for a duration, but will end early if you leave the aura, blah, 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 blah. Provides 5% more area of effect and aura effect per Valor consumed. Banner grants increased movement speed. Chance to suppress spell damage. This is awful. Defiance Banner was like a go-to. Everybody equipped it because it just gave evasion and armor, which was kind of shitty, but now that it's no longer reservation, you can't have it do that. But you only gain the benefit of this when you place down the banner. So inside of a little circle, you get increased move speed? Why? It basically does nothing. This is awful. Determination. Previously 2,000. You get half the armor from determination. What's the max valor you can get? I think 50. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the stats it's giving just aren't good for something that where you stand in place. Like, spell suppress is okay, but the way people play around spell suppress is that if it's not capped, then you shouldn't have it. So no one's going to use this, because if your spell suppress is capped because you use Defiance Banner, I don't know. I feel like they couldn't have designed this worse. Doriani's Touch. 1000% effective. I think it's still bad. I don't think 1000% effectiveness saves it. Once upon a time, Doriani's Touch Ignite on Elementalist was a thing. I don't think 1000% damage saves it. I'm just thinking if there's any thing that you could use, maybe. I don't know. There might. I don't know. It's just rough because it only gets 4 support gems. So it just needs a lot of carrying. You get a whole bunch of base damage from the gloves, but then you can't wear a weapon. There's a lot of shit going on there. Double Strike of Impaling. I would love to see this buffed. Dude, I legit was trying to play a character with Double Strike of Impaling. All I needed was 300% damage effectiveness, and I didn't have it. But if I had that, it would have been a sick build. And honestly, with all of the buffs to Impale chance and Impale effect, the skill's probably really good now. Honestly, like, okay, this skill attacks really fast. The thing Double Strike of Impaling does is when you kill an impaled enemy, it has like an explosion built into the skill. So you've got like physical corpse explodes for free, just happening at a 400% damage effectiveness skill. And Double Strike is one of the ones that actually just like hits a lot because it's double strike. So you're dual wielding. 80% base of attack speed is actually moderately good. Oh no, that's the momentum one. A lot of melee skills are like 75%, but still the fact that it like dual wields, I don't know, it's a fun animation. And it gives a quality as impale effect 40%, which like if you actually use Ashes of the Stars for like plus 30% gem quality, you get an absurd amount of impale effect. How big is the reflect? It's based on the impales that you did to it. So impales, the whole mechanic, reflects damage that you did to them based on the number of impales. So it's basically like all the other impale explodey effects, is that it just reflects their remaining impale damage outward, which is generally speaking a lot. AoE wise, it didn't have a very good visual of it, but it's, does it say? I don't know, it felt good. Like, I don't remember thinking it was tiny. I like legit really tried to get a build to work with it for a while. And the only thing it didn't have was damage. Whereas I was trying to scale impale effect for a while. I think this might have been Wildwood when it came out. I want to add this to my list of considers. Because I think a lot of the skills that are similar to how fast this one attacks did not get that much added damage. And they also don't also have a skill tree that has more impale effect on it. It's like, got 250% effectiveness and more support. Does it scale? Okay, no, never mind. You know what? I think I would rather try the Bone Shatter of Carnage, the fucking 620 booms, the 620 booms. But this is similar to that. This is what I'm saying. Bone Shatter of Carnage has the shockwaves. This basically have shockwaves when you kill. It has impale effect that you can get up to like 100%. And it has like crazy attack speed. There's a lot of good going on for that skill, is all I'm gonna say. Probably not gonna play it, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone did and showed everyone how good it was. Type of deal. Whereas momentum, even momentum getting like that skill could be pretty strong too. I don't know. Impaling is really standing out to me. Dread Banner. Banner grants 4% chance to block attack damage. Recover life when blocking. That's really like I don't know, I'm still thinking of the whole block retaliate simulacrum farmer who just stands in the middle of the simulacrum. But those aren't counterattacks. That's not how that works. we remembered that. Still, if you're doing any content where you expect to stand still like Simulacrum and you're a block build, you're gonna recover 9. It's not gonna be 9 life because it scales a ton with the aura effects. Dual Strike of Ambidextry is one of the best melee skills in the game. Hands down. Scaling up to 360, previously 240. Got a whole 100. This is reminding me of like Spectral Helix used to have an additional 100% damage effectiveness. And then they just took it away. This is like that, except they're giving it away. Ambidextry is very, 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 very good. But it's kind of a boring build to me because it's sort of a good build because all of the items are like predetermined. I feel like people have done it and I don't have any notes on the build. It looks perfect. That's kind of boring to me. But because there's a perfect build guide for it, if that sounds good to you, then like Dual Strike Ambidextry is like a really well put together, very affordable, very good dual wield character. I'm a dual strike enjoyer of the normal dual strike. That's 400%. That's pretty good. Earthquake. This is the test. Is this good melee league? Bleed EQ is the benchmark to did they fix bleed and slams. I don't think that that's enough. But based on other changes, it might be. Because Earthquake has a big more damage multiplier with it. It's not even quite double damage. And from the times I've used Earthquake, the time commitment, I don't think that's enough of a buff for it. Which is the sad state of melee when you see 100% damage effectiveness and you're like, nah, I'm not sure that's it, man. Earth Shadow of Prominence is the cool one, if you ask me. They made it the AoE bigger, which they did not. This thing has like mechanical problems of, I don't think 5 years of bug reports they might get to the skill. It's really fucked up. It's really cool, but it does not work very well. Elemental hit. Dude. Elemental hit. Dude, elemental hit. There's the previously forged. This is such a fucking rough thing to read. The fuck am I looking at? Like the lightning damage is just like 1,000 higher. Okay, it's hard to like look at it all in a line like this, but that's a really important buff for this skill because above building. One of the coolest nodes in the tree is freaking right here, Elemental Equilibrium. where hits that deal elemental damage remove exposure to those elements and inflict exposure to other elements. Dude, it's 1 a.m. Holy shit, it's 1 a.m. There has been like no skill that can make effective use of this. Wild Strike kind of stinks. Elemental Hit was like one of the only ones that actually rotates correctly. So if Elemental Hit melee is buffed, then you could actually make some use out of it. And then Warden was reworked to actually use all of the elements. So that's good. What's the word, boss? Dude, the word is I'm 30% down the list and I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Though I had like a 20-minute poop. The word is I was counting the amount of rage that you get now and kind of trying to gauge it. 57 is a reasonable amount, which is, you used to get like 100 plus. You get like 90-ish, but it's way better. So I don't know, it's really hard to say with the whole rage vortex thing. I'm actually thinking charged dash warden is the sleeper getting cooked in the brain right now. I think it's gonna actually be really good, but it's also pretty weird because the whole warden class is generally speaking pretty weird, and charge dash is a skill that I think people sleep on quite a lot, but it's very good, and it got like double the damage. So I think I might do that, especially because I like doing ritual. I like doing ritual, delve, ultimatum. They're all circles. They're basically all circles, and then you charge dash in a circle and then just hold your right click and then like watch everything die as it spawns because it's pulsing like the entire arena. But tinctures also seem just really good. And the other main explanation was that because it's a channeled skill, it has a really low mana cost, so it won't really matter with the mana burn from tinctures, and you could sustain those a lot easier. And then tinctures are like base value tincture before you have any mods on it is 100% increased elemental damage, which you would scale to thinking. I think it scales to like 170% increased elemental damage on 2 different tinctures. Because of the increased tincture effect, you would pretty much be guaranteed from passives. That's a lot of fucking damage before you even add mods to the tinctures, which you can get like 25% crit multi, which is also getting multiplied by I think it is 20, 30. I think you very reasonably get 50% increased effective tinctures, and it might be a little bit more than that. Yeah, it seems really good. I think I might actually do it. It's just, I think this campaign is going to be so different with the city building and with the new campaign additions that speedrunning, like if I miss out on like a 4-hour campaign, it seems like building the city while you do the campaign will actually give a lot of benefit because you're gonna have to do it eventually anyway. And I think I would certainly be slower playing a warden for sure. It doesn't seem very good to start with, but I think by the time it's at maps and you have your setup and you have tinctures, that it would be really good. I don't know what I would level with. I don't think you can level with charge dash. But anyway, elemental hit's cool. Enduring cry. Said the user in nearby allies is getting a buff that grants life regeneration. Okay, they definitely needed to do that, was gonna say, because otherwise everyone was getting free endurance charges, and they buffed endurance charges by like double because they got elemental damage reduction, which is crazy. And if casters and rangers could just automate Enduring Cry and get them, then I would be sad, because that's what they were doing. Boop boop. Essence Dwayne. Any Essence Dwayne Contagion enjoyers? 160% instead of 140. Didn't get buffed that much. Blight got buffed a ton. Essence Drain, I don't know. I never really did it. Ethereal Knives, it's all the same spell stuff. He's getting more normalized. You can't make me read Explosive Concoction. Spells are all just adding the same scaling. Or rather, giving them scaling. I am curious how much this is going to mess with, Spellcaster speedrunning is like, that's the thing. You get Armageddon Brand, you win the game. Even Armageddon Brand still now sounds awesome, but like... This is pretty much, they're doing, it was 370% damage at all levels, and they're just making spells scale. I didn't realize they didn't scale. So I'm surprised this is like 100% effective difference. I thought they all did. Flicker Strike. 400% Flicker Strike. Bruh. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Flesh and Stone got buffed. It was really good. They showed that in the trailer. That's like a... If you're a melee character, you're going to turn that on. That's like the new Defiance banner, but it's better than Defiance banner was. Because Defiance banner is freaking dead. Frostblades. I was curious about some good old Frostblades. Scaling up to 400%. Oh wait, hold on. This one's important for level 1. Default at level 1. It has 33% increased damage at level 1, which is a big deal because Frostblades is like a decent speedrunning tool. So you get more damage on melee while leveling 2 because it's going to scale up to the 409. But like I was just saying, I don't know what I would level charge dash with. I could just do Frostblades until... God, I feel like I'd get stuck in Frostblades and just do it like to yellow maps. And then I feel like I'd actually be playing a Frostblades build. And then the moment I switch to charge dash is when the build looks bad. Yeah, no, Frostblades is going to be really strong. Especially on Warden. I think just Warden Frostblades. I was talking about it earlier, but Frostblades got a lot of its problems solved by the Warden node that increases freeze duration. That you free up like 5 equipment slots worth of shit you don't have to do anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like one of the top builds. Well, that's only because Frostblades I feel like is one of those skills that is very popular and people like a lot, but has never been good enough. Frozen Sweep! I've been wanting to try Frozen Sweep. That's not a big damage. Like, it's... Damage wasn't the problem with Frozen Legion. But more damage is welcome. Southbound, Heat Shiver both gone? What, in these patch notes or what? Or are you just saying that you wouldn't have to equip them anymore? You would still put on Heat Shiver. That's kind of the point. Especially on Warden, who also scales Scorch with Ignites and stuff. I really don't care about Glacial Hammer. 622%. They're trying to make me care about Glacial Hammer. Bruh, this is a buff. Dude. It really is. Dude, it is 622% from 269. That is a buff. God damn, dude. Glacial Hammer of Shattering, if this has the... Oh. Buh. If I'm not mistaken, that's the one on your third hit. Guarantees a critical strike. Yeah, the 0.2 meter thing is a meme about the this is a buff thing. It's a whole long thing about cleave strike, cleave range, but also that skill is... Dude, like Glacial Hammer is a good skill in the game right now. You can Glacial Hammer, it's a very good skill. What the fuck? Glacial Hammer for melee builds, if you want it to do Sanctum running, it's like actually a legit thing. I think people ended up doing more of a dual strike, but just the chance to freeze in Sanctum like makes most things not be able to fight back. Every third successive strike of shattering. Every third successive strike is a critical strike. On a skill that is doing 622% damage. You don't need to scale crit chance. You just get crit multi. You attack quickly. The boss is dead. You walk into the Maven arena, the boss is dead. Yeah, that guy had me paranoid that like Heat Shiver didn't get shot. So far, if you like being a little bit of a power gamey boy, Glacial Hammer is the best melee skill I've read so far. This is a buff. Grace got the same nerf. Ground Slam. Yeah, okay. Hatred, this is a really big one. Oh, dude, actually, because Hatred got nerfed, I guess that you can consider that for Glacial Hammer. No longer causes you to deal more cold damage. You and nearby allies now gain 30% of Fizz as extra cold, previously 16. That is like such an important 10-minute documentary about how important this change is that hasn't been made, and I don't have the 10 minutes. That's very, very big. Running tier lists of melee skills in my head right now. Bone Shatter. Bone Shatter of Carnage. These are in no particular order. Like, Bone Shatter is probably still number one. Glacial Hammer is way up there. I was saying earlier, I don't think you were here yet, that Dual Strike of Ambidextrity is one of the best melee skills in the game for if you just want an effective, good, cheap League Start character. It's like really straightforward, uses some very cheap uniques. is very, very, very good. I'm like not like speedrun campaign wise, but like it has like a really solid, easy, understandable plan, and that still got like more damage. So that should be really easy to do. Shockwave support for Cyclone, I would also put on like a top 5. That all the Shockwave, which is like melee, Shockwave has always been very good. But Shockwave Cyclone is probably the real winner in terms of like map clear. Not particularly for bossing. Yeah, I'm not sure how Glacial Hammer will actually do with Hatred being destroyed. That's a very significant question. Like this change, like I was saying, it is Giga. The Giga change. That this has single-handedly prevented physical attack builds from being viable for as long as Hatred has existed, which I think is the entire lifespan of the game. So that's cool. Heavy Strike went Giga mode. Dude, even Heavy Strike went to... I forgot about the double damage. Yeah, okay. Okay, you get a little bit more from Herald of Ash. Ice Crash. Ice Crash is also another one where if you ever wanted to do a slam build, the correct answer was Hatred Ice Crash. It goes down the list of checking just so many boxes of like, well, it had to be you. I knew it was going to be you the whole time. Scales up to 611. I might still be them. There's a couple of strike skills that are like... Doesn't Ice Crash have a more multiplier? No. I don't know. I just want to ignore it and not think about it and pretend that Hatred got rid of it. I'm sick of seeing it. I'm still not through this. I want to see Immolating Strike. What is it called? The one that explodes people. If that got a sizable buff, that skill should actually be usable. That'd be cool. Infernal Blow. I can't... I'm usually on it. I usually know the name of everything. Here we are. Excuse me. 377. The explosion of Infernal Blow scales off of its damage, though. And Immolation was the interesting one that I never got to try for single target. That builds up on yourself and explodes on whatever boss you're presumably fighting. It definitely needed more than double the damage. Like, no longer has added fire damage at all gem levels, though. I am skeptical. Is Infernal Cry good? That would help. Combust. Dude, you did all that to just say Combust has a higher damage effectiveness. The buff grants 5% of physical damage as extra fire per 5 power. So Herald of Ash got buffed an additional 5% Fizz's Fire for 20%. Infernal Cry got buffed by existing in this way, which against the boss, you can get at least 10 power. And count a maximum of 25. Then you could use Red Blade Banner and get a pretty sizable chunk. But wait, there's more. You can use Infernal Blow unarmed with Facebreaker. And you can't scale more added fizz on Facebreaker than you used to be able to, but Infernal Cry can give you, if you're holding Red Blade Banner, on the other hand, a lot more fizz as fire than you could before. So Infernal Blow with Facebreaker, or what's the other one? The Hollow Palm. It was always one of those skills you would use with the unarmed attacks, because it's one of the best unarmed strikes. That maybe you can have that niche still. I hope there's like a buff to... I control F to Facebreaker and there was nothing. There's a lot more tech you can do with Facebreaker these days. That's kind of expensive though. That makes it worth it, like tattoos. But I think this combo of that right here, Infernal Blow plus new Infernal Cry giving, should make it pretty good. No longer grants a buff when you do this or that. Yeah, this one was really good. Gives increased movement speed per power, and it still gives you the guaranteed double attack damage for 2 attacks, which is the best thing you can get for like Rage Vortex and such. So still good, but also why not give movement speed to the slow character, I guess. All of the kinetic skills got more attack speed. Did they also get more damage? Yo, did they what? They gave that to all of these? Increases reduction of spell damage 200%. Kinetic blast, they got that kinetic bolt. Kinetic bolt always had that. That's really big. Kinetic blast is gonna be fucking massive. If you are a Wander enjoyer, just log it in Kinetic Blast. Don't think about it. Kinetic Bolt got more damage. Lacerate 393. It's really hard to gauge how that's going to affect damage effectiveness. Is one of the very few things that actually applies directly to bleed damage, because it actually modifies the base damage on the weapon, and ailments are calculated by monkeys inside of a computer, and very specific things do it, and damage effectiveness is one of the ones. So a 393 lacerate. If lacerate is bad this league, I don't know, it's just like so much vindication of how bad it has been. I think it was pretty on the fringe of being playable before too. Like, I put a ton of investment into a lacerate build a few times because I love it. And every single time it was just a little bit short of being able to do like the tier 16 blight map kind of stuff. Like the damage would just fall off and you wouldn't even get the bleed explosions because you could never fucking kill one monster. So if you're doing like double that damage, it's probably a really good build. Well, actually it's probably a really good build because also Gladiator got more fizz damage on it. You know what? I would league start lacerate and not feel bad about it. If I'm not going to, I'm just saying if I did, I wouldn't feel like an idiot for doing it. Because also Jack the Axe is a 1C unique. And if you use Jack the Axe, it is like, I don't know how to phrase this. Crafting an axe that is better than the 1C unique Jack the Axe is actually very difficult to do. So getting it near league start is like you already almost have very close to the best in slot weapon you're gonna have. If you're intending to use it with a shield, because Jack the Axe, you basically are shoehorned into using a shield. So anyone who was thinking, like, there was a lot of people saying they wanted to do a retaliate gladiator and are also considering bleed because bleed is cool and new. Go lacerate, get Jack the Axe, fuck them up. It would be really good. It's really a fun build. It's one of my favorites. I think lacerate of hemorrhage is the better bleed one now. I forget what they did on this one. They gave it like a more multiplier. %132% more damage with bleeding. And it scales up to 346 damage. Oh yeah, so get lacerate of hemorrhage, get Jack the Axe. Dude, I'm almost talking myself into it. It's like so straightforward and it is such a fun build. I feel like lacerate gladiator is peak PoE. The only thing that's a little bit a shame about it is that lacerate doesn't feel great until you have crazy high attack speed, and they took challenger charges off of the glad ascendancy. So it might feel really slow and clunky for a while. So fun about it, the bleed pop sounds and the way they chain through things. So like if you lacerate through a wave of like blight creatures coming you in the line and the entire line just goes, it's fucking awesome. Also because you're a gladiator, if you don't understand the game super well and you're like, for new players, I think glad is one of the simplest like solution to defense that you're just going to instant cap block, which prevents so many things that feel like bullshit from killing you. It's like your survivability goes way up, especially with the armor changes. I think it's just the easiest defensive melee character you can make that, I don't know, but it basically does everything you need it to do. It's really fun for map clearing because even if you don't have good damage, even if your build kind of stinky and you don't have good damage, as long as you can kill the weaker monsters surrounding the rare will explode. So it has like a safety net of feels good and then a safety net of feels good for defense where you're probably not going to die on it. It would be like if bleed and melee hadn't been so bad for so long, then it would be like one of my top recommended builds for new players. And it used to be that way, but then Gladiator got shoved into a fucking locker. So it seems like it's all back too, so I'd go back to saying very fun, would recommend. Here's what I was concerned about with this patch, is that the steel skills were going to get the same buffs that the melee skills got. Lancing steel got 70% damage effectiveness. That's deeply concerning. Okay. Keep an eye when we see shattering steel and splitting steel. If splitting steel got a buff, I will poop myself on stream. Dude, if lightning arrow got buffed, I'm gonna have to shit myself when we see splitting steel. Here, hold on. Splitting steel. Scaling up to 330%. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Guys, I have news. This is not Melee League. It's Melee Weapon League, and you use your melee weapon to shoot projectiles. So you better get your projectile damage nodes in. Unless they've changed something, which I haven't, like, I would have heard it because it would have been that big of a deal by now. This, in my opinion, splitting steel champion is the best build in the game, besides Detonate Dead, which got nerfed 3 times. And it got 100% damage effectiveness. 120. I can't fucking comprehend it. Champ got blasted though. I should really go see the ascendancy changes before I keep reading skills. I want to make sure I do that. When I'm laying down to sleep, I need to know what happened to the boys. The unstoppable passive swap positions with fortitude. Unstoppable hero no longer grants attack speed while fortified. It now provides nearby allies. That's funny. The fortitude ascendancy passive skill now provides you have 15 fortification. Banner skills have no reservation. It now grants when you leave your banner's area, recover 30% of the valor consumed by that banner. So that's the ruthless change. It's real. Okay, so splitting steel Deadeye. No, I think people would still play it for 15% fortification. I think you would have to because you don't get fortify on splitting steel because it's not melee. As much as that stinks, they fucking deserve it. I mean, their other nodes are still good, I think. The thing that scales your banners beyond this thing, the scaling of banners and Pride Aura got I mean, War Banner is going to benefit a ton from being champion. So, I mean, that's kind of okay. But either, dude, splitting steel, 100% damage. Splitting steel, 100% damage. Kill boss in one shot. You don't need 20 fortification. The boss was dead a minute ago. Juggernaut. The blah 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 blah. Chaos resistance per endurance charge. 8% reduced elemental damage taken while at max endurance charge. Instead, it provides 1% additional elemental damage reduction per energy. But what about the chaos res, bro? Bro, but what about the chaos res? That's technically maybe sort of. Nah, you're not gonna have more than 8 endurance charges. I mean, you might. The loss of chaos res hurts. The Jugman. The 8% of armor applies to elemental damage taken from hits. It now has 15% of armor. Also applies. I see. They didn't tell me this. I've been hearing from everybody that Jug is dead. Jug is not dead. Jug is fucking sicko mode because they are. I don't know what the change is yet, but there was the armor that made your. The chest armor that made your armor apply to chaos or whatever. I think they changed that. The Jug's fine. I mean, when Champion got hit pretty hard, and Jug, I don't think Jug is effectively that much different. I think a lot of Champion gamers are going to go to Juggernaut. Chieftain. This can no longer roll on Forbidden Jewels. Which one was Forest Strength? Any knowers? Has been replaced with the new Sun's Roar Ascendancy. Warcries have infinite power and 30% increased Warcry buff effect. It's kind of funny. The reason you always wanted Warcries have infinite power was for Berserker, which this is not. And then they nerfed the mechanic that Berserker used with infinite power to not exist anymore. So who cares? Is wait, what the fuck? What? So what I'm wondering is who cares? Forest strength was the strike skill. There was probably a bug with it or some shit, and they're just like, we don't want to deal with it. And then it said replaced the moon. I freaking love totems taunt enemies, and they keep removing it from everywhere. They gave it to Chieftain. They're like, nah, not even him, man. But I guess because they wanted to get rid of totems so bad. But man, I guess Chieftain is like a landfill where you just send all of your bad ideas. You gave him Warcries have infinite power and Warcry buff effect. Which Warcry would that even be? My dude. My boy. What buff effect? Because the best DPS Warcry is Intimidating Cry. It's not affected by Warcry effect. It's not affected by power. It's just double damage. The new Infernal Cry. That's actually good on new Infernal Cry. That's 25% Fizz's Fire plus 30%. And that fits on Chieftain. Okay. I don't really like an ascendancy point being that niche, but okay. Okay. I already read Berserker earlier. They're more or less the same, but they don't get the Warcry, the instant full rage from Warcrying anymore. They got Warcries may exert twice as many attacks. Which... oh, dude, I wasn't even thinking of this for Rage Vortex. They also lost exerted attacks deal 50% more damage. Which they would pretty much always get, which was huge. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to play Rage Vortex. I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit about it. I think it's still going to be very good. But the more I'm reading, the more I'm like into the charge dash idea or something else that's a little bit weirder. Like maybe elemental hit Warden as well. That I think I've done it 3 times. It's going to be kind of the same that it was before. But just a little bit weirder. So I'm going to have to figure out the thing. Like if I'm going to have to figure out the thing anyway, I might as well figure out the thing on a new thing. Maybe Rage Vortex feels nice. That's what I'm saying. It would be worse. It would be harder to generate the rage because there's a cooldown on rage per hit that's 0.5 seconds for multiple sources of rage on hit, which would really fuck with it. And then you can't use the Warcry. And I guess your rage limit is lower because it's going to be 57 instead of like 120. There's just so many layers of like I said, I think it'd be good. But I'm leaning more towards just trying something new, especially because the campaign and the league mechanic look like they're going to be fun to do throughout the campaign, and I'm not going to need to zoom. Though I don't think the charge dasher can really do bossing very well. What I like about Rage Vortex is to just get to endgame and do like boss kill strats. because it's Giga Boss damage. Speaking of, we saw the Gladiator changes. Deadeye. Oh yeah, Rupturing got changed to max Frenzy Charge. Gain a Frenzy Charge when moving. Accuracy per Frenzy Charge. They buffed the less damage from Gale Force. Okay. No. They buffed Deadeye. Dude. Dude. Holy shit. It doesn't give far shot. It gives what it says far shot would do. Its thing was 60% more damage on far shot, I think. But that's because the new league mechanic can craft far shot onto a bow. So you're gonna get it anyway. So more damage if you cared about that kind of thing. Also, this description doesn't say it gets less damage if things are closer. So in a mid-range, it's probably not even losing damage from the 60%. Warden has replaced the Raider. Blech. Ascendant. Gain rage on hits no more than once every 0.3 seconds. Instead provides inherent rage loss. Starts 1 second later. Instead it now provides 20% increased Warcry buff effect. Yeah, just give a Scion the stupidest shit you can get from the Ascendancy. Now provides gain a Frenzy Charge every 3 seconds while moving from Deadeye. That makes sense because you wouldn't have Raider anymore, which was giving Scion Frenzy Charges before, so okay. Now provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. And it just gives the 50% base chance of block. And dual wielding. Dude, this one is pretty good for Scion. Bam, dude. That's an assortment of, like, the values on them are pretty high. They didn't really get to loot it the way they usually do. Instead, it now causes attack damage to penetrate resistance. And it gives you dude, Scion can have the additional tincture. It's kind of a game changer for them. That's quite alluring. Because that's like one of the best Warden nodes. And then a lot of the rest of Warden, depending on your build, is a little... it's like... I don't know. That's good. It's good. That's good. It's good. It's good. It's freaking good, dude. Okay, we were on Lightning Arrow. I really need to, like... I don't know. It's really late. I kind of want to just try and zoom through the rest of these and go, oh. I've really been spending a long time talking about, like, very small things. Lightning Strike. Whoa, okay. Okay, cool. Lightning Strike. Lightning Tendrils. I like Lightning Tendrils. Okay. You made it weaker at the beginning. You made Lightning Tendrils weaker at the beginning. Oh, congratulations. High five. Fucking great one. Molten Shell. Result of the equipment change. The buff now grants 115 armor. Previously plus 50. Is unchanged at level 20. Molten Strike might be really good. I was curious on some Molten Strike. 329% Molten Strike. Over 185. Dude. I had the take the other day that Molten Strike is, if it weren't a melee skill, is one of the best skills in the whole game. So with melee buffs, I lost some strike range. That kind of sucks. But so much of the best stuff in the game revolves around multi-projectiles and then bouncing on the ground and then bouncing twice. Molten Strike is the only melee skill that really takes advantage of that whole suite of bullshit. It was just a fucking 185% effectiveness melee skill that like stinks butts. Also, the no longer has added fire, whatever, I guess. Perforate. Here's the deal on perforate. Any listeners? Here's the deal. Now has 218 effectiveness at level 1 instead of 155. Perforate is one of the best speedrunning gems in Act 1 until you get what you actually want to do. And the fact that it scales up to 622% means that every single +1 level you get on this while you're leveling through Act 1 is huge. Brutus will die. If you have Chance to Bleed on Duelist and you have Perforate, you need to buy Flesh and Stone from the vendor. Brutus is dead. Brutus is fucking dead. So if you're melee listeners, get Perforate, get Blood and Sand, get Chance to Bleed. Highly recommend it. But Kraken, you have to wait until the AI tells you that. Like, Perforate at 622% is... The skill is so fucking good. Perforate of Bloodshed is my Nickelodeon's Choice Award for one-shotting endgame bosses with melee. I have never seen anybody use this skill. I've never even seen what it did until I equipped it last league. It just makes like it's a slam. It counts as a slam, which I think Perforate normally doesn't. And then it shoots up a bunch of giant spikes. It's always the blood form, so it's always spikes that come up. It's like 11 of them. Each spike hits. You could max out Crimson Dance with one slam from like 8 bleed applies. And I think it has like a giga bleed damage multiplier. %, more damage with bleeding. And the quality giving +1 spikes. Oh no, this one has 6. You get 1 from here. I feel like I was getting plus spikes from somewhere on the build I tried it so that I would cap out Crimson Dance, which I think is 8. Yeah. Anywho, it's a really cool looking skill. The only thing is that you will not be able to clear maps at all. Like, that's like purely bossing. You'd have to have a different skill because you can't go into sand form with this one. And if you slam bleed one enemy, that's the only dude who's gonna die. Oh, and in terms of my number one, my tier list, I mean, there's a lot of really good melee skills now. I think Viper Strike is like a top 2. I'm a believer. Yo, they buffed Poisonous Concoction? By a little bit. I got like a little bit. Okay, Poisonous Concoction was pretty good. They buffed bouncing Poisonous Concoction. That, I think I saw like some pretty meta stuff with that. Power Siphon has been rising the ranks, got more attack speed, and it has the increases reductions of spell damage applied to it, which is really, I'm surprised Power Siphon also has that. Is really good. And the Archmage version got it as well, so maybe that actually will be playable one time. That might be my build number 2. And I think the reason they were able to do this and put these on these is because they destroyed Battle Mage Cry. That what's the helmet that makes you do lightning % damage? I forget the name of it. I'm forgetting the name of everything. Lightning % damage on the helmet. with attacks, do a whole power siphon archmage thing. I'm into it. Puncture, I don't know if this is the melee or the bow one now because they split them up. That's actually really important to know. What is the default one if anyone remembers? Ooh, I'm not probably gonna check it. This has to be the bow one because it barely got any stronger. Yeah, no, this is the bow one because the other one was like puncture of shredding or some shit, and they would, yeah. Rage Vortex, been talking about this boy. So now with all my added knowledge, at gem level 20, it does 70% effective instead of 62%. That is like the smallest DPS increase that you've seen on any of these. But also, it deals 10% more damage per one rage instead of 5. But because your rage value is lower, you're sacrificing significantly less rage. Dad, I don't even know if this 10% makes up for how much less rage you have. Because on a pure dedicated Rage Vortex build, you'd have like 120, 110. Now you get like 57. So you're getting less from that. The rage damage multiplier, the rage by itself is better, but any build can benefit from rage. You don't have to be Rage Vortex to benefit from it. And then you get 10% damage effectiveness. But also you can't Warcry to fill your rate. Like it's probably about the same where it was, which is a little bit of a shame, but also that's fair. I kind of expected that they would like give it the same treatment as every other melee skill. Rage Vortex has been like a sleeper OP skill for a long time. I think it'll still be very, very good. But like I said, I think I'm gonna go do some other stuff. Like I want to do a Warden maybe. Berserking got a little bit better, which was already quite good. I think that like this league just has so much more exciting stuff than to do like the same build I've done 3 times. Reeve, I heard Reeve got like double damage. And I laughed. Because it needs more. Previously 250%, now it is 530. Don't do it. Do not do it. I'm warning you. Chat, I am warning you. Do not play Reeve. Don't do it. This is bait. Don't do it. Reeve of Refraction, different story. I think that has like a good build mechanic to it. I forget what it was. Something like Prismatic Skill. Which is another thing that you could do on Warden with that whole starting place now. Actually, let me... A playable skill? Reeve? Wait a minute. Physical to a random element. I'd play the buffed elemental hit. Wait. Elemental hit melee. Wait. He's thinking. It's not buffed as much as I thought it was because it doesn't use weapon attack damage. It still is significantly buffed, but like the benefit of Reeve is that it actually still uses damage effectiveness, and you don't like elemental hit is weird. You scale it on gem levels, which there's no like defined way on how to do that for a melee attack skill. I'd have to like double check some stuff on how I'd even approach that. Certainly probably wouldn't be easy on league start. Rolling Magma 230%. Rolling Magma nerfed for leveling. Get fricked as the #1 speedrun skill. I don't think it will matter. There's a lot of spell gems got the exact same thing. It might. I don't think it's gonna matter much. Dude, if anything changes, maybe fucking perforate duelist. How strong melee is now. That'd be interesting if a melee build were an actual like top contender speedrunner. I could see it with perforate a little bit. Well, if you still had challenger charges for jumping fast, which you don't. Yeah, okay, I don't. Shield crush. 8 to 12. Previously 5 to 7. Hold the phone for a minute. Hold the phone up to my ear. You get more you should have more armor than before on a shield because of the whetstone changes, the quality changes. And it's 8 to 12. I don't know. I've never really done shield crush or any of the shield skilling. I tried to do one of them one time, the throwing one, and I didn't really like it. And that was like a long time ago. So I haven't done it too much, but I know that shield crush and chieftain shield crush were in desperate need of buffs. This one is 13 to 20. Previously 8 to 12. And this one is fire, flat fire. I'm curious about them. I'm not gonna be the one to figure it out. I'll ear to the ground. I heard that they were not very good, but this is a lot more damage and a lot more armor that you can get on a shield in general. So, like, if they're not good now, I'd be astonished. Shield crushing was the worst leveling experience possible. Yeah, but I think that was a throwing skill. I don't think it was shield crush. I think it was a different one. But yeah, that was my like 15 divine scion leveling, and I couldn't fucking kill the campaign. I went on trade and bought for my level the highest possible best shield I could get, and I was struggling. To this day, it's a horror story you tell children. Never had I spent, I legit spent 15 divine on leveling, and I couldn't do it. Smite. Cool. Snipe. Mana. Spectral Helix. Please fix what you've done. Okay, they gave it like very little. Yeah, I think it was a spectral shield throw. I don't remember. Spectral throw. Spectral throw was art. Like, spectral throw has been getting better every season. That's cool. I heard Sunder got big buff. Dude, Sunder at 629. That melee tier list is getting pretty hard because there's a lot of things that deserve to be on it. Sunder at 629. Quite potentially the number one like map clear skill by far. Like I was saying how good Bone Shatter of Carnage would be, which was also like 620, but Sunder also has like overlapping explosions and stuff. It's consistently been one of the best leveling gems. If I were doing Rage Vortex guy, I'd probably be putting Sunder on through the campaign. That's crazy. I guess the hashtag revert Sunder worked. Tectonic Slam. Dude, Tectonic Slam, which is 1,000 times slower than Sunder, is this clunky ass thing that's so hard to get to work with Ignite is 542. I'm really curious to see if anyone can do like a slam ignite build that is actually decent. I try once per league. I'm not doing it again. Don't bait me with this shit. Cataclysm. It was doable, but it requires such specific gear that I pretty much was gonna have to craft all myself, and then it was only kind of okay. I guess Meteor could do this. And that got like double the damage, which is good because when I had all of my gear that I gave myself to level with and got to Blood Aqueducts, I would sometimes Warcry, Slam, and then white mobs would be alive with Tectonic Slam. So maybe if it had dealt double damage, they would have died. Vigilant Strike 745%. Bloop. Viper Strike. I think Viper Strike is god tier now. We league started it last league? That was last league? Dude, that was so long ago. Was that last league? There's no way. Anyway, I think Viper Strike is god tier now. And Mamba is also very good. Volcanic Fissure. Good. Vulnerability gives the chance to aggravate bleeding, which is okay. War Banner is Giga. Hey guys, when you're playing the campaign, make sure you buy War Banner from the vendor in Act 1. It doesn't get offered to most characters, but almost every character wants it. Do it. Do it. Do it. It's even better now. Do it. Was it specific? Yeah, it's... Oh, wait a minute. 4% more physical damage with melee skills. I didn't see that they specified melee. Before it was enemies take additional physical. So it just worked everywhere. And it gives accuracy. Yeah, if you're melee, buy it from the vendor. Which you can do immediately after you do the Bestal quest. So you get your Quicksilver, come to town, buy War Banner. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it now. Do it after Bestal. 4-3%. Wild Strike. Okay. Wild Strike Warden looking cool. Love that skill. Has been trash. Val skill balance. I need to skim this. Yo, what did we calculate Blight at for the default non-Val? It was like 7 point... I can't remember what the starting value was. 651 times 20. Dude. What? Fuck, dude. That's crazy. I'm surprised, yeah, like even Val Burning Arrow just got like 160% paralyzed by choice. Dude, Blight is really calling me. It's been several leagues in a row where I've really thought to myself, like, dude, let's just take it easy, play an occultist, have things explode, not have any need for damage at all. And Blight is just like, dude, here's 13,000 base damage when you use your Val skill. Again, we looked, Val Reap, which was one of the highest dots in the game, was 5,000 Fizz dot on the ground. Though I think that's because it has like a lot of more damage multipliers on Val Reap. I forget how it works exactly. And previously, like, dude, Blight, I feel like I'm missing something with how much damage it's doing and how much people don't usually talk about it. But it did get like a lot of damage for sure. Val Cyclone got some shit. Val Double Strike. Oh, that's the other argument for Double Strike of Impaling, is that you get to use Val Double Strike. You get to get the boys. Like it's 101%. There's so much good shit in this patch, man. That is insane. I keep saying that is insane. But that's more than double damage for summoning guys to fight for you. Like the legit boss shredder now. And it already kind of was. But also Double Strike has 400% effectiveness. Double Strike is fucked up. I really feel like this is putting it into a good spot where I can clearly say there's going to be some things that are meta and that people are going to gravitate to more, but like so much of this was just borderline unusable before. Double Strike was like, it was close to being decent, like passable, and I could understand it, but like the Val Double Strike pushes it over the edge of like, I don't know, you could, most of these things seem like, I've seen like a few skills that seem like bait, like Reeve. I still wouldn't recommend Reeve, but for the most part, everything has seemed really good. Val Flicker Strike. Is the Bleed Dream real? Is the Val Flicker Strike Bleed Dream real? I don't know. Val Ground Slam is really important because that's the only Val skill that can be exerted. It got quite a bit amount of damage. That's the easiest one to do with the Rage Gloves, Trial Master Man Gloves, Hate Forge, and all of the War Cries got better anyway. Val Reeve out here trying to tell you to make a mistake with me. Don't let him. 600% Val Reeve. Nah, dude. Fucking Glacial Hammer does that. Guaranteed crit. Don't do it. Okay, well, they all got significantly gooder. I think I skimmed this. Chance to Bleed got some more damage. Infused Channeling got better. Shockwave is also the sleeper, not really a melee skill, but it's going to make Cyclone Shockwave one of the best builds in the game. It already kind of was. I think people just didn't play it, but it already kind of was. So yeah, they just get an extra 100%. I don't, again, Splitting Steel got an extra 100% though, so like... I'm not going to read all the passive skill changes. I'll just look at the tree when they put it out. Unique item changes. They fucked... Well, you can switch weapons with Dervish now or something. Kind of want to try and go quick through the rest of this. There's a couple things based on the skill changes that I like want to keep my eye out for and see what happened. Like Eternal Damnation cannot gain... Now has cannot gain endurance charges, cannot gain power charges. Endurance charges basically do what Eternal Damnation was doing, right? So they don't want you to double stack it, so they just fucking put it in a dumpster. Later, dude. Calm's Heart is still not good. I can't believe they were showing that on the live stream. It no longer has the increased fire. We gave it 1,000 max life. We forgot that we made Utila's armor. Okay. Lycoshide now has 250, 300 cold damage to retaliation skills. Hey, retaliators that are looking to do retaliation, trade for the shield as soon as you can get it while leveling. Because it is also, attacks can't be evaded, so you don't need to do anything with, accuracy. Like, some endgame builds still use that, and also, dude, I think it's a required level of, like, 1. It's low. It's like 12. Requires level 11. 1 off. Yeah, a level 11, 300 damage to retaliation skills. Instantly trade for that item the moment you see it. And you can afford it. Like, if you drop 1 chaos and you're a retaliator, you have to wait for the Ster AI to tell you that. Once again. Where was I? Oh, perfidy. Night Grip is now 10% of ward. Dude, one day, I want to go on standard. I have like 3 Night Grips that are at the original 25% value. And then just like feel what it's like to love yourself. And do some 25% Night Grip with all the new ward stuff. But I'm not going to. Martyr of Innocence no longer grants vengeance. Okay, and you didn't... Okay, that kind of sucks. I was looking for that to do anything else. You have 2 different banners at the same time. It now has placed banner does not prevent you gaining valor. I don't know. I'm a little let down by the banners. The other ones besides War Banner didn't seem very good. Taste of Hate no longer has 10 to 15% of physical damage taken from hits as cold. It now has fire and lightning taken as cold. Rest in peace, my guy. See you in hell. Like, there's a lot of absolute, like, see you in hell type of nerfs to items and stuff. I've been happy for every single one. Fuck. Die. Item quality, item changes. There's probably some really important stuff in here. There's a lot of changes to like random values. Probably something important in there. Knives. The knife base types got 1.5% crit chance. That's a pretty big one. These ones got even more. And these ones got even more. And these ones got even more. Pneumatic Dagger is the all damage can poison, and it got 8.3% crit. That's a big one. Talk about my Viper Strike build again. That's a big one. Well, actually, for a lot of poison stuff, it doesn't matter too much unless you do blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really matter. But in general, daggers are eating. Which is good, because eating is healthy to do. You're definitely going to want to eat. Ruthless specific changes. Is everything below this ruthless, or is that just the section? Can no longer have overwhelm and impale chance on simulacra monsters. Man, yeah, they're removing a lot of the overall fizz damage reduction. They needed to do that. If there's anything left in the game, kill it with fire. You can slow the guardians even more, which buffs the effect of freeze on them. Meteor now is a tool second cooldown and it's clear. Cool. I die to that thing all the time. I'm dumb. No more ultimatum. Overwhelm fizz. I'm glad whoever pulled the trigger on this. If it's like Mark, thank you, Mark. I owe you a banana. I'll give you one banana. Make you sit on it. That could have been wholesome. I don't know. I just want to see him sit on my fucking bananas. Quest reward changes. Oh, this is where you just get the new skills. Shield charge, dude. Fuck. I was really hoping shield charge would go to Witch and stuff. Makes their campaign so much easier. Yeah. Generally speaking, the rest of this is when you get other things. The new retaliation skills and whatnot. If you're into that. Bug fixes. I love reading the bug fixes, but I don't think I'm going to do them. I love when I read through here and I read that my build last league was actually doing 100% less damage. New patch notes. I think I read the new version already. Okay. All right. I don't know if there's anything I missed because there's a few things I skimmed through, but this really is shaping up to be one of the best patches. Yep. Thinking if there's anything anywhere that I could have missed or anything that I skimmed that might have been important. Otherwise, I probably need to go to bed. I had a hard time sleeping last night though when I was up until 4 a.m., which is 2 hours from now. And they nerfed the Adorned. I guess I skipped that. That's... As a hipster, like all of these major nerfs do not affect me. Your one mirror ass unique jewel. I don't care. Go sleep. That's the thing is even if I turn off the stream, I don't think I'm immediately going to be able to. Today is Friday the 19th. I think we're doing like Concord this week. We're doing the new Overwatch hero, I think is a teaser of it tomorrow. But I really would like to at some point. I guess I need to plan a speedrun for Warden Lightning Dash. If you told me before the patch notes, hey, you're gonna play this new ascendancy called Warden and you're gonna do Lightning Dash. I mean, if you told me that, I would believe it, because I don't know. New ascendancy skill I like? Makes sense, but also... Let me look once more onto the breach of infusion. Sported skills now deal 20% more damage, up to 29. So you get a few points more, a couple percentage points more damage. And has a hiccup. And you get even less damage taken from quality. So you get two. Hold on. You have this mess of words. I want to be really clear because Charge Dash is a channeling skill. And also Blight is a channeling skill. So I kind of want to consider it for both of them. Fusion lasts for 6 seconds after you finish channel. Oh, that girl. It now requires 70 intelligence. It now requires 70 intelligence. That gem level 2. Oh, that's less. Okay. It now has 8% less damage from hits. From all hits. Which is 10% with the quality. That's really good, dude. As someone who loves channeling skills, I'll take 10% less damage and a couple more points of more damage. So yeah, while I'm channeling Evo, who cares about Evo? Fuck Evo. Maybe I could even watch Evo finals on stream. I wouldn't mind doing more like pseudo react stuff that also isn't like just stealing people's YouTube videos. That's not cool. The middle line. I don't know, I haven't been like super big into fighting games in a while though. What, dude, what even is like it's Tekken 8 is still popping. I haven't paid any attention to Street Fighter. I used to absolutely love watching fighting games like Marvel, Street Fighter 4 when that was popping. Been a while. Oh yeah, my Viper Strike character was a Pathfinder, and it was using the Pathfinder "you can't damage me ever" gimmick, and that's gone. I guess that's the one thing. There wasn't, the unique item changes are a little bit... I was really hoping they'd rework some melee uniques if they were going to do the Melee League. A lot of really stinky melee uniques. I'm curious if Reddit is upset because most of the changes to them are nerfs. Oroth's Resolve now has 85% less ward during effect. Previously 70. I thought that would have been worse. I thought that would have been a way worse change. Okay, there's a lot of goofy shit you can do with ward in this league then too. Scroll, 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 scroll. Charged dash. Anybody else scroll down this gigantic list of all these insanely buff skills, have the knowledge to identify which ones are the best, and then pick charge dash? Anybody else having this problem? I'm really feeling like I'm being a fucking idiot. As so often happens. Yeah, I think I might like totally also... It's so hard during PoE hype season to not pay attention to the hype. You know, and just wait for launch day as you're considering your build And it's like, oh, here's one unique you might find. It's like, ah, fuck. I gotta look at it. Wait, that might change what I'm... Shit. I need to see if they tease any tinctures. That's about it. I don't know. I'm usually a lot more wishy-washy on builds. I think I'm pretty steadily like, it would be Rage Vortex. It's still like, I could do it. I know what I'm doing. I don't need to think about it. I know what the deal is. Warden is either Charge Dash or Elemental Hit or some sort of prismatic skill with the thing. Oh yeah, I need to write down, because I literally did forget. This seems like such an obvious thing. Level with Frostblades. Frostblades got so buffed. Frostblades is going to be an insane build. Stream's been 4 hours of reading patch notes. Yeah. Yeah. That's Path of Exile. Reading. Okay, I think it is over though. I don't really have anything else to look at. I have a general list of things that I want to explore and do. I hope you enjoyed the background noise that I probably was while I did this. Maybe when I read the one thing you thought to yourself, yeah, maybe that is a good thing. Gooby.